Hey, my name is King, or as some of you might know me better, Israel. I've gotten around, but hopefully you recognize me from my own channel, King Tannic. There's a new show coming to the Burnettwork that I think is pretty exciting. Welcome to the Otaku Experience, hosted by yours truly. There is going to be a weekly series where we dive into the news and the world of anime, manga, and whatever the heck else Japan has to offer us. The show will be pre-recorded and premiere on Thursdays at 2 p.m. Pacific Time or 5 p.m. Eastern right here on the Burnettwork YouTube channel.
Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on YouTube. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it? Especially if you love the movies. Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, and as you just saw, your pharaoh of physical media, Robert Meyer Burnett. And this is a monumental show, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gentle beings, kind souls, however you identify across these, the 28 known galaxies. This is, my God, it's Let's Get Physical Media episode 100. Can you believe it? 100 episodes. And it's not a show. It's not a show if I don't have the man I started this odyssey with over 100 episodes ago, because we've had special episodes, but we're going to call it 100. You know him. You love him. He's your favorite German. He's my favorite German. He's everyone's favorite German. All the way from Saarbrücken, Deutschland, Mr. Dieter. Bastian Dieter. How are you?
Rob, can you believe it? 100 and first order of business, Rob. You demanded it. I'm drinking a beer, Rob.
No, is that
an alcoholic beverage, Rob, for the 100 show? Is that all right?
Dude, you know what? I might have a whiskey and lemonade. I got a Lynchburg lemonade right here. Made with Jameson and made with Calypso, the Taste of the Islands original lemonade, right here in Kaz Graphics from his graphics company, VN Graphics glass, freshly washed, ready to be drank. So here's to you, Dieter. Here's to 100 episodes. Clink, or clink, clink. So, there we go.
And to all our watchers since the beginning and new ones here in the live chat, I say Prost, salute for the 100 episode, and here we go.
Damn, that's a good cocktail at 11 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. Well, it's nighttime somewhere, isn't it? And, you know, we got some guests here at the show. We got a very esteemed guest, a man who has been covering physical media for, I don't know, not quite as long as I've been alive, but a long time. All the way from the digitalbits.com, Mr. Bill Hunt. Oh, my God. He's brought a friend.
Gentlemen, my friend Hal and I would just like to wish you both a very happy 100 years of Let's Get Physical Media.
Oh, my God.
This is tremendous. What a great, it's a great honor for us to be here.
He's not going to, like, lock us out of our own houses or anything, is he?
No. He might have been able to help with the technical issues with the podcast, but or he might have been the cause of them. I don't know. So I'll put him away.
Well, gentlemen, it's great to have all of you here for this wonderful Let's Get Physical Media show. Before we started, I just wanted to take us back to where it all began. And where it all began was
there it
this special edition. I'm coming off of this 3-shot. I haven't set it up quite properly yet, but this is the thing that I wanted. That I contacted a man I didn't know, all the way in Saarbrücken, Deutschland, and I said, "This Rollerball 5-disc box set from Coke where's it from? Not Coke, is it Coke?
From Cape Light, Rob. From
Cape Light, in 4K. Norman Jewison's Rollerball came with lots of swag, the lobby cards. Oh, it's falling all apart. Anyway, I won't show it.
Yep.
I just, it's why Dieter and I met, because I was mercenary and I just wanted this for myself, so I had to find somebody to buy it for me, because, I'd come hell or high water. So it was this special...
You wanted it to buy for yourself, Rob, but your order got canceled because of COVID.
That's right. That's what happened.
They were nowhere ordering anymore. I couldn't order anymore from America because they wouldn't ship anything anymore. That was the problem,
man.
Rob.
COVID
you
has
did
really
pre-order
put
it.
a pinch on physical media fans, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Shipping issues and that and Brexit. Oh, man, it's hard out there.
But this is what the show actually brought to fruition, COVID. Without COVID, the show would probably not have happened. Strangely.
No, it's true. I mean, and I think it shows what kind of international cooperation can do. Teaming up with a former, let's face it, you're one of the Jerrys, man. I mean, you were the enemy, the Axis powers. But somehow we found common ground. We found a way to make it work, Dieter, and we've made it work all this time. Now, I think we should get the thing out of the way, the thing most people really want to know all about, and that's who won the contest.
Yeah.
Should we discuss that? I mean, I think,
exactly.
Dieter, maybe it's only proper that perhaps, you should be the one to announce, since you read the letters. Maybe you should be the one to announce. I mean, have you looked at the polling data?
As far
I'm going to throw it over to you.
Nothing else has changed. Let me just take a quick look, but I don't think there is anything that would change the outcome. No. And of course, considering his letter was 8 pages long, Thomas Logan will get the...
Thomas Logan has
from
won
Sony.
the Sony Pictures Classics 30th anniversary box set, 4K, everything from Run Lola Run. I mean, come on, City of Lost Children, Voltaire, Schenectady, The Celluloid Closet, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I hope he doesn't have all of these yet, because this is a very great box set. I have one like it myself, just like Hans Gruber had a suit from John Phillips London. So there you go.
It was
Thomas Logan, you have won.
100
I want to thank everyone for writing in.
Yeah.
And
it was 184 votes, and he got 54% of the votes.
Well, before we get into showing things and all that, since we have our esteemed colleague, Mr. Hunt, with us, I figured after 100 episodes and over 2 years of doing the show, we're now in 2023. I wanted to get an assessment bill. Obviously, for those of you who don't follow the digital bits, it's the Wall Street Journal, it's the New York Times. I mean, look, it's the way the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal used to be. I mean, it's still, to me,
Right.
the digital bits is the website of record. If you're a fan of physical media, it's to me, it's the number one website in the world. It's the number one place to go for honest critiques, news and information. You got to go to the digital bits. That's not to take away from other websites. I'm just saying I've known Bill for 20 years. I mean, come on. I will say, yes, I've appeared on his panels at Comic-Con and all that, but I'm not a paid shill. Not a paid shill. I love this man. I love where he's coming from. I think he's a talented writer. And he will tell us a little later about the science fiction series he's actually been writing. He's already a published author. He's written on physical media before. Published a book which you can buy. But Bill, where are we at? Where are we at in terms of, I mean, for us collectors, a lot of boutique places are they're doing great. I mean, we're getting all kinds of stuff 4K. I mean, they put out a Blu-ray of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in a truck. Things are crazy.
Yeah.
So, where are we at in terms of physical media? Are you optimistic? How are things going?
Yeah, I think I am. I mean, I think we sort of all know that the major Hollywood studios have one foot firmly planted in the streaming world, and that is the future. That is where they are determined. It's the future because that is where they are determined to go. As soon as they can figure out how to make it profitable, that's where they want to be. And it allows them to control the content and to get paid every time, we watch that content. I mean, that just seems to be where they want to go. But what the interesting thing is that the COVID pandemic has made a lot of those studios realize, okay, our streaming platforms aren't as profitable as we thought they were. We're spending tons of money to create content, but it's just they're not as profitable. And when the theatrical business kind of went away, a lot of them suddenly remembered, oh my God, we have this thing called physical media, this that we can release our films on. And it turns out that can make a nice little profit. And so I think a lot of the studios, the major studios, unfortunately, as a result of the pandemic, a lot of them downsized their physical media staffs to almost nothing. But they've started to kind of rebuild again a little bit. And a lot of them now are licensing out their content to lots of independent distributors. So you're starting to see a ton of deep catalog stuff coming out on Blu-ray and 4K, which is great, from all the independent distributors that we know and love. And a few of the studios are actually really doubling down, notably Paramount, Warner Brothers. They really seem to be reinvesting a little bit in their own physical media releases. And that's been great to see. Now, there are still some holdouts that haven't really done that yet. Disney is a perfect example, and obviously they control Fox. So there are still some holdouts yet. But, it's been nice to see, frankly, over the last year or so, the steady stream of output of great disc titles has kind of increased for a while. And honestly, I've said before, I think that will stay the case probably through the end of the decade. And after that point, I think it depends on the audience. It depends on, are the studio streaming platforms really becoming profitable at that point? Are people like you and I and viewers of this show and the readers of the bits, are they still buying lots of discs? How long it continues after that, I think it will depend. And I just had this week, I just talked to the head of the 4K Association. And the thing of it is there isn't really another disc format in sight.
There never will be. I think there never.
Yeah.
Why would there be?
Yeah, there really isn't the reason for it. And because 4K sales are have been great, but they're not as big as Blu-ray sales were, and Blu-ray sales are not as big as DVD sales were. And it really depends on, it varies region to region. I mean, if you go around the world, DVD is still overwhelmingly the biggest physical media format. So, I think the great thing is that this is a great time now to be buying a lot of films on Blu-ray and 4K, especially 4K films we never ever thought we'd get on 4K. So I think the key thing is to enjoy it while we can, and hopefully hopefully the studios will continue to support it enthusiastically for a while. We'll see, but right now I think it's a good time to be a physical media consumer.
Now, let me ask you this. Obviously, there's a lot of boutique companies that are not only putting out incredible movies, but the studios are licensing their catalogs to these boutique companies.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is, and will that continue?
Yeah, I think it will. And I think the reason is because, look, all of these major studios have their own streaming platforms, right? They all have streaming platforms. In order to feed the streaming platforms, and frankly, in order just to preserve their catalog of film and TV titles, they need to remaster that stuff occasionally. And back in the heyday of DVD and Blu-ray, it was the physical media profits that basically gave them the money to go and remaster stuff. So now they're seeing a need to keep remastering that stuff so they can put it all on their streaming platforms. And once they've done that, once they've got a new 4K scan of something, it's a simple matter to put it up on the streaming platform or make it available digitally. And then, they don't necessarily want to do the work themselves to author a disc and release a disc, but they can pass it off to Shout Factory or Kino Lorber or Criterion or any of the, the Arrow. I mean, any of the tremendous independent distributors, and let those guys do the work. And so for that reason, I think you're seeing some studios, Paramount in particular, and MGM, and they're offloading a lot of great titles to these independent distributors who are, doing a lot of great work with them.
Well, I mean, let me ask you this. There's been a lot of, I would say, questionable, maybe not questionable, but the transfers have not been, say, as great. There's been color timing issues. I thought Basic Instinct looked great in terms of its transfer, but a lot of blue and teal. How do you feel about the transfers and the things that we're going to be getting from these companies? What kind of oversight? I mean, they're only the transfers are only as good as the oversight. So how do you feel about that?
You have to remember the problem is that the resources, in terms of the spending on remastering, the resources aren't where they were 10, 20 years ago, right? And it used to be that all of the major studios had, really big staffs who QC'd all this stuff and who were really, but a lot of those people are gone now. And frankly, a lot of these films, in some cases, the director's no longer with us and the DP might no longer be with us. And so there are a lot more places in that process where errors can be made, or, perfect example is the War of the Worlds 4K, where that had turned Mars kind of blue rather than red as it should be. These things can happen and are probably going to happen more often. And we're also getting into deeper and deeper catalog, and some of those titles haven't been preserved as well. And they're just, from a profit and loss standpoint, the studio is not going to put as many resources into those titles. So this kind of goes with the territory. I think it's just kind of inevitable that that's going to happen.
Right. Well, I mean, at least we're getting what we, we're getting all this great stuff. So
yeah, that's exactly right. And look, you kind of have to see the writing on the wall a little bit, because it's not just the major studios that have their own streaming platforms now. Like Shout's got their own streaming platform. Criterion's got their own streaming platform, Arrow. I mean, a lot of these companies are starting their own little streaming businesses, because I think they see the writing on the wall as well. And so, it's like, this is a great time. What I try to tell people is, there are things to complain about, but we're in a mode now where we're getting a lot of stuff that I wouldn't have guessed that we'd be getting in 4K. And we're getting into some really, really deep Blu-ray catalog. And some of those are being mastered from new 4K scans. And it's like, frankly, I'm kind of happy to just be able to buy some of these things. I never imagined.
And a lot of outside the box titles.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like Wings of Desire, Wim Wenders' Wings of Desire. I never thought I'd be able to buy that in 4K.
Not only that, but the restoration that they went through, because the film, even the print, was 6th generation.
Right.
And the thing about
the process by which they made that film. It meant that when you were in theaters, you were seeing 6 generations away.
The transfer, it's one of my favorite movies of all time. The transfer is absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
And, Dieter, what is the name? Is it Wings Over Berlin? What is the German name for Wings of Desire? Do you know of Wim Wenders' Wings of Desire?
I know the title, Rob. The German title.
I think it's Der Himmel über Berlin. Is that correct?
That could.
Yeah, you got the poster downstairs, Bill.
I do.
Let me just.
Yeah, by the way, while he's looking that up,
oh, you got the Wim Wenders.
Wim Wenders retrospective box set, 22 Wenders films.
Yes,
including
you're
a
right,
whole
Bill.
bunch of them.
So how do you pronounce it, Dieter?
Der Himmel über Berlin.
Heaven
over Berlin is actually.
The sequel to Wings of Desire is in that box set.
Yeah, which, by the way, hasn't been released on Blu-ray outside of Europe, I think. I mean, there are a lot of films in that box set that are on Blu-ray now that haven't been available before on Blu-ray. And it's like deep cut stuff.
Well, since we're talking about Germany, I would like to once again this week dedicate this 100th show to a German viewer. We talked about him last week. I'm going to dedicate this show to him this week, and there's a reason I'm going to do so. It's our friend Gunther. There is Gunther, and as we know from last week, Gunther is from Hanover, Germany, and his friend Nick C. had written to me about Gunther. Now, I want to add to this. Gunther had a request. He wanted us to say his full name on the show. And Gunther, forgive my pronunciation. Dieter, perhaps you could help me out here. His real name is Günther Paul Josef Sobiech, Sobiech. How do you pronounce that? Sobiech. Good, yeah, Sobiech. So it's Günther Paul Joseph Sobiech. Now, he wanted us to say his full name because he said he left Germany in 1966. But he remembers he had a little brother that he never saw again. He hopes that maybe somebody in Germany watching this show might be able to provide some clarity on Gunther's long-lost brother. He knows it's a long shot, but he wanted us to say his full name. Now, here's some pic. Okay, I'll put his name later in the comments. Here's Gunther as a cowboy, very American. And here is what he looked like when he immigrated in 1966. So that's what he looked like when he was young. And I've got a video later, but I'll put his name in the so anybody can see it. But so this, once again, this episode, Gunther's still in the hospital, but I figured I would add this to the show because, hey, you know what? I found Dieter because of our channel, so maybe Gunther can find his brother because this channel. Who knows?
It's worth a try.
So how do you pronounce his name one more time?
Rob, it sounds even foreign to me, like you told me it. Sobiech, so it doesn't really ring a German bell with me, considering his surname.
All right. Well,
Günther, there you go. Günther Paul Josef Sobiech.
All right. Well, Gunther, I hope you're watching live and with your friend Nick, and it's great to have you to dedicate this show, the 100th episode of Let's Get Physical Media.
Cheers, Gunther.
Now, Dieter, you know, one of the things that we do on this show, Bill, is we have to show what we bought. Of
course.
Now, you just showed a great special edition, the Curzon Wim Wenders set, and Dieter is well known as the trash panda by those around the world. He buys things others fear to purchase. He gets things that we don't understand why he gets them, and we don't understand why he collects them. But that's not for us to decide. It's not for us to judge. It's not for us to say.
Yeah, never judge another man's disc purchases. I mean, we've all done our thing.
I mean, you can't.
And you both know sometimes a blind chicken finds a crane. You know?
That's right. Or as Raul Julia said in Tequila Sunrise, you can't blame a man for the direction that his dick points in. That's like blaming a compass for pointing north. I'm just saying. Raul Julia, rest in peace. Tequila Sunrise, please, Warner Brothers. I want that movie in 4K so bad. I would, please. So, Dieter.
So you want to know if the trash panda did find some fresh bamboo this week?
Some tasty morsels.
Do you have, what do you got? What do you got for us?
What do you got? The first one, really was exciting to get this movie because it will be shown in my multiplex next week on Saturday in the special screening. And I really got excited for it. You know, Rob, with the and Bill, with the German censorship. It will play uncut in the theater with the 18 rating. But later, when it comes out here for the home video market, if it comes out with the 18 rating, it will be censored again.
Really?
Because every movie has for the whole, so it will play only in theaters uncut. And then I was curious about the movie, and it was a blood-soaked good time. And the movie is from Korea, but this US disc. It's called Project Wolf Hunting, a super soldier extravaganza. And this was really blood-soaked, blood-filled. It lived up to the hype. Really recommend it. It's like kind of, how can I describe it? Con Air on a boat, something like this, with some Predator super soldier thrown into the mix. And I don't think I have seen any other movie with more throats ripped out as this one, I believe. So it was really, it lived up to the hype that I imagined. Why it won't go through the normal censorship later for the home video market. So this is the US one. It's not available in Korea at the moment, but this is a Korean movie from Welgo, USA. Project Wolf Hunting was the first movie. And like Chris Gore always said, you have to do a movie diet, something completely different. And Rob, you did get this disc too. And our friend from Ireland, Des Doyle, was so nice to send me this movie too. And it is in competition for the Academy Awards for Best International Movie. He did send me The Quiet Girl 2. And he did put in a letter. I'm just reading the letter that they sent. Hi, Dieter. Apologies for the delay in sending this one to you. As I originally said, I kind of thought The Quiet Girl wouldn't be to your taste at all. And then when you mentioned you would be interested in checking it out, things got very hectic for me, so this is the first chance I've had to send it on. I hope you will enjoy the film. The Quiet Girl has now been officially Oscar nominated for Best International Feature. It's a small film, but beautifully acted, written and directed, and has made over €1 million at the Irish box office alone. It's a big year for Irish film at the Oscars, with multiple nominees for The Banshees of Inisherin, Paul Mescal for Aftersun, The Quiet Girl, Richard Benham for Irish visual effects supervisor on Avatar, The Way of Water, and Jonathan Redmond, who is the Irish editor on Baz Luhrmann's Elvis. So fingers crossed for them all. Glad to hear your new work schedule won't put an end to Let's Get Physical Media on Sunday nights, as it's become a staple piece of viewing for me at this stage. Hope all is good with you in Saarbrücken. This it is, and this, thank you very much. And after the blood-soaked filled Project Wolf Hunting, this was a nice palate cleanser. The Quiet Girl, really, really enjoyable movie, and I totally can see the appeal of the Academy to put this in the category for Best International Movie. But this, my heart is with All Quiet on the Western Front, of course. But thank you, Des, for allowing me to view The Quiet Girl. Rob, did you get around to watch it yourself?
Rob, I don't think we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, Rob. No,
I can't hear you.
Luckily, Bill is in the same boat as myself. No audio for I. Bill, have you seen The Quiet Girl?
I have not, but I'm actually very, very intrigued now with your recommendation.
Yeah, it's about a small daughter who gets to live over the summer with her another family in her family, and learns a little bit about more living in a nicer environment, I would say, than she is used to. So really, really nice one, The Quiet Girl.
That's outstanding. Yeah, also a Curzon title too. Another Curzon title.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And until Rob is sorted out, it's actually not the only Curzon title that I got this week, because I have checked this one, I believe. If I'm right, yes, I finally got Triangle of Sadness.
Oh,
totally great. Had a great time. I know it was billed as a comedy, and I had many laughs, but I don't think it is a comedy for everyone. And I would give it 8 out of 10 because for me was a little bit too open for me.
Interesting, very interesting. Who's the director on that?
The director is the one who did the Suspiria remake.
Oh, okay.
His name is no, what? Wrong. Now I believe I'm wrong. What I'm telling here. Ruben Östlund is the director of the movie. He did the movie. What was it called? Can't remember the title yet. But this is a really nice comedy. Had a great time. But Bill, if you are not used to puking scenes, this is perhaps the wrong title to watch if you don't want to see people puking on a yacht.
Yeah.
And there was one scene where I had to think about Rob and his precious verisimilitude. Had a conversation in the car, and the windshield wiper in the back always made a week. It wasn't wet enough. So they actually had a serious conversation, but always the windshield wiper was weak, and I had to laugh. It was the tiny little bit of verisimilitude. So for me, great. And I will get the 4K, which comes out in March here in Germany.
Oh, that's
even if cool. Even if I don't like the German cover where one is actually vomiting, I would have loved the Criterion 4K more with the hand grenade on. So totally for me, recommendation too. But for me, the ending a little bit too open. So just 8 out of 10 for me. Rob, are you back? Do we have lucky? No? Okay.
Nope,
no? Okay. Then I go on.
By the way, I too have watched a Carnage festival recently.
Oh, nice.
Which would be a blood-soaked Carnage festival, which would be Zeffirelli's Romeo and Juliet.
Ooh, okay.
An absolute slaughterhouse of violence and passion.
From which company comes that?
This is actually from the recent Criterion release, and it's actually a beautiful transfer. It's a new 4K scan of the film.
Nice,
and it's just as anyone knows, I believe it won best cinematography the year it came out, the best cinematography Oscar. It's just a beautiful adaptation of the Shakespeare play, and just well acted and well made, and it's never looked better than it does here. There are a few places where the negative was a little damaged, so I guess they went to the separation masters, but it's a 4K scan and restoration, and it really does looks beautiful. So it's
always good to have the feeling you watch it for the first time, considering the transfer. It looks new, it looks fresh.
Yeah.
When you get a feeling, I watch it anew or for the first time.
Yeah,
almost. Exactly.
And not exactly blood soaked, but I was kidding.
Okay.
But it's good. It's a very, very good film.
Nice.
And
do you have something else to show?
We're still we're still waiting on Rob here.
Yeah. Do you have something else to show?
I have the one other thing that I have gotten recently, which comes out this week.
Oh,
is Rob trying to indicate that we're going to take a break?
I have no idea because
we should smoke signals, flags, semaphore.
Can you hear me now?
Devotion.
Ooh, nice.
That comes out in 4K this week.
Nice.
And
because internationally, it's actually on Netflix.
That's outstanding. Yeah. That's outstanding.
Yeah.
This is actually so this comes out this week in 4K, and I'm actually going to probably watch this tonight and trying to get a review posted.
Can you guys hear me?
I think this week also here in the States, I think the Rocky 4K box set comes out.
Nice.
But
you haven't seen Devotion yet.
No, I have not seen Devotion yet. I'm looking forward to it. I love World War II films, so especially aviation films.
Nice. So, Rob, you're still not back? Then I will continue.
I do not know why you cannot.
Do we need to do some kind of a recycle?
No, keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going. Yeah.
Okay.
Keep going.
What
I don't know
what
why
I got
you can't hear
two,
me.
Considering I've got two actually a little bit others movies here. What is everyone talking about? Trash, Triangle of Sadness, The Quieter, and the next one I bought because it was a recommendation from Rob. Rob, I will hold you to it.
Can you hear me?
I bought After Sun. Rob mentioned the movie last week. Haven't got around to watch it because it came, I believe, yesterday. Comes from Mubi. It's a little bit inside here.
Mubi
I believe it's
some really interesting titles, don't they?
It's as far as I know, it's about a relationship, about a father and his daughter. And we have some
Oh wow, look at that.
parts that comes with it. So Rob recommended it, and sometimes I listen. I try to listen what Rob says.
Yeah, Mubi is an interesting. They have an interesting streaming channel, and I haven't subscribed yet, but I've been thinking about doing it because they've got a lot of they've got a bunch of old the early Denis Villeneuve films I think on there. There's
there's the first one from Denis that I haven't seen yet.
Yeah,
Invincible.
Yeah, some of his. We have. Okay. I think we restart.
It looks like buffering here on Let's Get Physical Media on the YouTube.
Oh, so maybe we've
in the live chat they say we hear you, Rob, but we can't. No sound this time. I was able to hear Rob, says somebody. Says Julius Hilbert. I can hear you quietly. He's gone again.
I should have brought HAL 9000 into this. That's the problem.
Yeah. Okay, I have 2 titles left. One that I watched this afternoon before the show from Michelle Yeoh, Magnificent Warriors from Eureka, to get all the Michelle stuff. And this one is one of those crazy movies, where the action is great as always. And I was thinking, okay, why is it in England certificate 18? You have, the usual Asia slapstick humor in it. But then people get burned, during the fire scenes.
Is it like a wire fu kind of like wuxia sort of title?
There is probably some wire helping stuff,
yes,
but it's just normal fighting.
Oh, okay.
And Michelle plays some kind of Indiana Jones type, They try to rip off a little bit the Indiana Jones vibe. And it's great to get all those 80 classics now. It was really nice transfers. Little booklet.
What distributor put that out?
Eureka.
Okay, very nice.
Eureka, but it is out in US too from 88 Films with a great cover too. And I would believe the extras are perhaps identical, perhaps a little bit different.
Yeah, it could be. But that's usually the case.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you hear me now?
It says in the live chat.
You can't hear me.
Let's try restarting the stream. Okay.
Well, the thing is, I can't. I don't know why it's
so
not.
I got one left. Let's hope Rob will get back. This was on Shudder, and I watched it on Shudder. Totally loved it. But it is out in Germany. Where else, Bill? Where else will you get something when it doesn't come out anywhere else?
Right.
The Australian horror movie Sissy.
Oh,
about a social media influencer who gets to a party. Won't give anything away, like I always
things
say.
Go wrong, I'm guessing.
Yeah, exactly. But really nice one. Sissy. Won't go in cold, as always. Don't watch any trailers. It is on Shudder in the US, and this is the German one, which actually was nice. It came with a reversible cover. And someone last week in the live chat asked, why has the German certificate be this huge? Well, Danzig, it's the law in Germany that it has to be this big.
But typically you can reverse it, correct? And then it's gone.
Yeah.
That's very nice. That's very nice.
Exactly.
Speaking of Shudder, have you had a chance to see Phil Tippett's Mad God yet?
Yeah, but I bought it as the UK version. I think you have a nice steelbook in the States.
Yes,
but unfortunately, it was not my
your thing.
I have to say no. So too crazy.
It is very, very esoteric for sure.
Yeah,
but it is a work of mad genius.
Too out there.
Yes.
Yeah. I started the movie, but after 20 minutes, I had to make a break and start another day. But unfortunately, I couldn't get into it. It was too weird. For me.
It is for sure weird. I made it all the
way
through.
But I don't want to know how many years he worked on it.
Oh yeah, a lot. I mean, it's amazing, and I don't think we'll ever see that kind of stop motion animation ever again. I mean, it's just remarkable. It's so intricate. It really is extraordinary, that piece of work.
But you couldn't believe where it was going, if we had a little bit more focused on the first person who came down,
Yeah, well, the whole movie kind of bends in on itself, right? It folds in on itself, and it's it's like a whole universe unto itself.
Perhaps, like I always say, perhaps I need a second watch, a little bit of a different. When I know what I'm getting into, sometimes that can help.
Maybe a little whiskey to go with it.
Totally.
How should we?
So, Rob, are you back? Or should I show something?
Rob wants us to keep going.
Okay, keep going.
So I'm curious. While we're I'm curious, Dieter. What's the situation in terms of physical media from your perspective in Germany and in Europe? Because I know two very different markets, but I've been struck over the years by how dedicated European consumers are to physical media. And I think in many ways because streaming isn't as developed in Europe, streaming services and things. So like I know Blu-ray 3D, for example, the US studios have basically kind of stopped releasing Blu-ray 3D titles, but in Europe you can still get them in many cases.
But not the Disney stuff, the last Marvel movies. You only can get it in Japan if you want to get the 3D. For me, like I said, Bill, it's always insane what titles getting released here in a media book. Really the CD direct to video stuff. So that's always great. And it's perhaps not always the greatest movies, but considering in Germany, it's great what we are getting. Like I said, Sissy, as far as I know, in the rest of the world at this point is not available on
that's true for a number of things. Like, for example, just looking at like this Wim Wenders box set.
Yeah,
a lot of those titles aren't available here in the US, and so Curzon Film is a UK company, I think, but like the fact that they're putting that out means that thanks to all region players, everybody has access to it in theory, which is great to see.
Exactly. And for me, considering the German releases are still strong, and I'm happy that we get something that is probably not available anywhere else. Unfortunately, there are no extras on this disc, so it's just let me just see. Perhaps I'm wrong. Just a trailer, But I watched the movie on Shudder, liked it, and I thought, okay, I have to purchase that kind of.
I mean, it's interesting too because, for example, I'm a big fan of. There are a couple of Apple TV Plus streaming.
Totally.
For All Mankind, Ron Moore's For All Mankind, which is a show that I love.
Yeah,
and there's no sign of a physical media release here in the US.
It will, but in the UK.
In the UK,
from Tesla, it's got a little bit postponed a little bit,
but several of those like C, I think.
Exactly.
The morning show. Several of those Apple TV Plus shows are getting a disc release.
Yeah, especially in the UK. They are really good considering TV shows, releasing TV shows in the UK. You did get the Outpost series with Jessica Green there, which was not available, I believe, anywhere else. So UK is pretty good considering TV shows. Speaking of TV shows, I don't know if you have seen it on Netflix. Saying that the Ring,
Can you guys hear me at all?
Has no verisimilitude considering
all.
the shenanigans of the videotape. Considering retros, they're actually trying to explain how the app works and what is behind it. Let me say what is behind it. So for me, nice show. Not the best, but totally watchable. And considering we all know Netflix is fast with the X, considering canceling. The season itself, I would say, is closed. They leave the door a little bit open, but you can watch it without.
But it's a complete story in itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
exactly. Good. So not that you stood there with a cliffhanger. Oh, okay. So that one I watched. So how is he? We hear you, but we don't. Rob?
Yeah,
that's.
I don't know why.
No.
You can't. The system.
I hear you. What happened?
It's
in the chat. They say we can. Hear
you can hear me because my computer is picking me up, but I don't know what is. I don't know what's happened.
Donnie Pearson says only on the left channel, Rob.
Yeah, what has happened is the
chat hears you, Rob.
I bumped my.
We all hear you. That is really strange. I'm just lucky that Bill is in the same situation.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, weird. Yeah, Dieter and I can't hear you at all. And when
you sound like in a tunnel, Rob.
Yeah, what people are hearing is my
left earphone got Rob.
Yeah, is my audio. I
just restart. We will come back. Says somebody.
Well, here's the thing. I'd have to bring all this back in, and I will try that. But what'll happen?
How is your sign language, Bill?
It will Yeah,
I can do flag signals maybe.
Let me try. Okay, guys, let me.
Peter and Bill need to leave and rejoin. Okay, should we try that? It re-enter.
No, it's the software. So for those of you,
how do I jump off?
No, shit. This is perfect. I'm supposed to
call
George
close
right
and then
George, if you're watching,
joining via the email link again.
Okay. I'll try and do that. Okay.
Well, okay. We'll see what happens. I'm going to save this. Here's the thing, guys. I hope you can hear me. I hope you can hear the output. I bumped my microphone and it tweaked the software. So
test 1 2 1 2. Hey, yeah.
They can hear you. So I'm gonna see if I can leave and come back. So I have to take the software down.
Test
and bring it back. We'll see. I'm going to assume that if we're broadcasting, you can hear me now. We shall see. And I'll bring my friends back if I can, and we'll get back to where we were at. So, hopefully, we'll bring everybody back. So, Bill, you're back. I've got you. Hopefully, Dieter will come back, and we'll put you. Is Dieter back too? Now, you guys can hear me now, right? Yes. So everybody. So I apologize for that. I hope we're still broadcasting. I would imagine we are. I hope so. Okay, so you can hear us again. Okay, good. Well, I'll tell you. Thank God we let me just bring us back, because I am supposed to call George Feltenstein right now, and at least we it didn't become a total disaster. So everybody, thanks for sticking with us. That was a really weird. I don't know what happened, but I'm going to call George right now, gents. Are you ready?
Bill,
so
Bill
here
and
we go.
let you and George take over.
Okay, no, here I'm going to call.
We'll listen and.
Yeah, so you'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to talk. Hopefully, he's watching the show.
Sure.
But I apologize for all of that.
Well, it's nice to see and hear you guys again. There we are.
Hey, I'm giving him a call.
Normally, Bill, he plugs only me out, you know.
Yeah. So you guys, we're all good. We're a little late.
Hello.
George.
So you guys, we're all good.
He's watching the show. So we had a little bit of a technical snafu.
Yeah, I noticed. I felt so bad.
Well, now, right when I was going to call you, well, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gentle beings, kind souls, however you identify, we have on the phone Mr. George Feltenstein, the architect, the man, the guru behind Warner Archive, and probably the most knowledgeable man when it comes to film prints, the existence of elements. No one knows more than George Feltenstein. Is that a correct assessment, George?
Well, I'm humbled, and congratulations on your 100th show. I'm sorry for the technical snafus.
Hey, it wouldn't be a show if we didn't have technical snafus.
I live with technical snafus every day, so.
Well, I have to say, I told you that one of the things I wanted to do to bring you on the 100th show was to celebrate the 100 years of Warner Brothers and what you guys are actually doing. And last week, we brought up the fact that we really liked the covers for the Maltese Falcon, Cool Hand Luke, and that beautiful cover for Rebel Without a Cause. And we were saying it's a far cry from that Poltergeist cover, but you guys have really done a great job. And you were telling me about the East of Eden transfer. And you guys, Warner Archive has been crushing it, and your bit rates have always been high. But with East of Eden, if you could tell us a little bit about, for the 100th anniversary of Warner Brothers, what have you guys done for the transfer of one of the most iconic films ever made, of course, the great James Dean in East of Eden? What was this process like? And tell me, because I heard the excitement coming from you last night when we talked on the phone.
Well, first I want to clarify that the way things are divvied up and the way that we're structured, I didn't have any input on the covers that you talked about and that I agree with you are gorgeous. I did share with some of my creative colleagues some of the unpleasant comments that were made about earlier things.
Oops.
Because it's not my area, but it's my responsibility to kind of pass on what the public is saying and feeling, because not everybody scavenges the forums and everything else the way I do. I mean, to me, that's the best market research you can do, is to know what the people want. And before I do anything, let me say hi to Bill and hi to Dieter, just because it's great that you guys are all there. And
it's good to hear your voice, George.
So in terms of the 4K mastering, that's where I am involved. And when it comes to the classics. And East of Eden is really fascinating because I've never seen the film look good, ever. I've seen it look better or worse or whatever, but never right. Now it looks right. And I just saw it on Friday. And basically, we've gone back to the original negative. And a film that has the original negative from, let's say, I think they were shooting in the latter part of 1954. That is the worst period for Eastman color stock. That is where you have collapsed yellow layer, and it always becomes basically a coin toss of what's going to be better, going back to the original negative or going to color separations. And when you have to go to color separations, you can bring back your color, but you're losing a generation. Thankfully, the original negative had the color in it. And we have a wonderful colorist named Sherry Eisenberg who worked on this, along with many other people. And she's relatively new to our company because we had two of our best veteran Warner Brothers motion picture imaging colorists retire. So Sherry joined us about, I think probably close to a year ago, because she worked on Casablanca. Oh. She is phenomenal. And I saw the titles of East of Eden about 2 months ago. And then on Friday, I saw a wipe basically between what East of Eden looked like in its last transfer with yellow sky, hint, hint, and it wipes and suddenly the sky is blue and the colors are correct. And it's going to be a stunning, gorgeous release. I think everybody's going to be really, really thrilled with it. And that general attention to detail and care on the 4K side is definitely something that has been ramped up. We now have, in my opinion, on the mastering side, the most crackerjack, talented group of people in all phases, whether it comes to the scanning of the elements, the choosing of the elements, the preparation of the elements, the color correction, making sure everything is immaculate, that the audio is right. And I'm very participatory in making sure that they choose the right elements. And the net result is going to be phenomenal for these films that you've been talking about, for Cool Hand Luke and Maltese Falcon and East of Eden and Rio Bravo and many more that are to come. There's some real juicy things awaiting this year in 4K in honor of Warner Brothers' 100th anniversary.
Well, George, I just want to reiterate, I covered this a couple weeks ago, but I have right here Warner Archives releases for January and stuff. We have Joan Crawford in Our Dancing Daughters, and as you can see, George loves using the original key art, which is stunning, especially on this one. Clark Gable and Jean Harlow in Wife versus Secretary, which I had never seen, but this is awesome. Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz in The Long, Long Trailer, which is great to finally have. A Fritz Lang film I had never seen. You'll love this, Dieter. Your homeboy, Fritz Lang. Marlene Dietrich in Rancho Notorious. And, of course, a classic, Robert Denet and Goodbye, Mr. Chips. And all with these beautiful original key art. What a great lineup from Warner Archive. And I'm wondering if you could discuss what does Warner Archive have coming up, and why is it that Warner Archive, since its inception, you've always been able to get the largest bit rates? You've somehow, I mean, when Warner Home Video has done great work, but we could never get something like when they would put out a Speed Racer. We wouldn't get the sound. It would be on a BD-25, and you guys always crush it at Warner Archive. What do you got coming up, and how are you able to give us those high bit rates and those beautiful transfers? What do you have to do? You have to twist somebody's arm?
Well, basically because I call the shots when it comes to that. And I don't call the shots when it comes to the 4K. It's very much I have a seat at the table, but that's really not my baby, if for lack of a better word. Warner Archive is, and we've come a long way. We're going to hit our 14th anniversary on March 23rd. But I've insisted on righting the wrongs of how our discs, everything is being done on a BD-25. Wrong. Bit rates at 17. Wrong. Lossy audio. Wrong. And finally, after a couple of years, they said, oh, gee, maybe there is something to this. So I think other people in the organization have finally kind of are starting to learn. And I'm willing to help and support in any way I can, anywhere within the whole organization, the whole company. My expanded role now allows me to help in every division when it comes to the classic library. People will still do what they want. They may not listen to what I have to say, but I'll at least make my voice known. And when it comes to Warner Archive, we have 6 titles coming in March.
Wow.
They've all been announced. They're all up for pre-order on Amazon. And we've got a phenomenal group of titles. And I'm very, very excited about all of them because they are all really top-notch presentations, and they run the gamut from the 30s to the 50s, and there's a lot more coming down the pike. We're probably going to be announcing the April titles in probably about 2 or 3 weeks, I would assume, maybe sooner.
Well, now I'm going to ask you this. I've asked you this before. I really want to get the incredible Franco-Italian co-production of Wild Wild Planet, a movie that no one and yet everyone should see. that Warner Archive has released before, but can we get it on Blu-ray? Come on, it's the 100th anniversary. Wild Wild Planet, George. Yes or no?
Well, right now I have to say we'll see. That's the best answer.
All right, that's very political of you, sir. But, you know, I really want to stress the kind of work Warner Archive is doing. What I really love about it is there's a lot of audiences that haven't seen these films. And what you've been putting out, especially the discs I just showed, run the gamut of classic cinema. That's the genres, whether it's comedy, whether it's drama, whether it's sort of exploitation, such as it is. You guys are doing an incredible job at Warner Archive of really showing us a wide variety of material and films that people will love but might not ever be seen. And what you guys are doing is sort of the Lord's work. And I love the fact that I'd love to see more people support Warner Archive. And, you know, I was having a conversation at dinner last night, and the movie A Little Romance came up with young Diane Lane and Laurence Olivier. And I looked it up, and Warner Archive had it on their streaming service for a while. And of course, I didn't know Warner Archive was involved, but it was out there because of you guys. And that
was one of our Blu-rays from a couple of years ago. Beautiful, gorgeous,
incredible, and which I'm going to order and get. But how do you see moving forward, as far as what Warner Archive is doing? How do you see it moving back into the streaming world? Because I would love to see HBO Max, for instance, and David Zaslav carve out a place in the streaming world to make sure you had a streaming service before. Does Warner Archive, are you guys looking forward to getting back into streaming? And would you love to have maybe a sub channel on HBO Max, maybe?
Well, I think we proved what we could do about 10 years ago at this time, a little more than that, when we started Warner Archive Instant. And we had our own streaming service, and had we had support from management to continue that business, which was actually growing, and we solved all the technical problems. Imagine if people had said yes and kept supporting us, how wonderful it would be for the organization now. But the past is the past. We're in the present now. We've had, it's no secret that it was a very tumultuous time at the company, the invasion and bloodshed courtesy of Ma Bell. What they did to our company is worse than what AOL did to our company, but we're surviving and rebuilding. And what I can say is I have enormous confidence in our new management that they recognize the value of the legacy. And I haven't had the pleasure of meeting our CEO, Mr. Zaslav. I walked by him in the parking lot the other day, but I was too shy to introduce myself, and he doesn't know who I am. But I would love for him to know who I am. So we could maybe broaden the possibilities of getting the world's greatest library out there to as many people as possible, in as many forms as possible, because streaming does not have to kill off physical media. And there is a hungry audience that wants to know that disc on their shelf will be there, and then it won't be like a streaming service where suddenly it's gone. Or even if you've made a digital purchase through electronic sell-through and suddenly it's gone. And I've experienced that personally, of things I bought up from various platforms that are gone because of a rights change. And that's inexcusable. And with physical media, you don't have, no one's going to come into your house and take the disc off your shelf. And if your internet is down, you don't have to worry, because you can put your disc on and play it. And it's also still, by far, the best quality possible in having the experience of watching entertainment at home with a 4K disc. And some films don't have 4K's worth of information in them. And a Blu-ray, watching it on your 4K television, which will automatically up-res if you so choose, the image really can't get much better if you put the care into the master. And that's where I'm very, I'm a little bit of a taskmaster in terms of insisting on perfection. I don't like reading reviews of discs from other companies who say, oh, there's only a modicum of flecks and speckles that really doesn't bother you too much. It's like, well, it bothers me. I don't want to have dirt and scratches on something people are paying good money for. So we just send it back to the cleaners until it's perfect. And a lot of people are saying, oh, well, you could be releasing so much more if your standards weren't too high. Well, sorry, we're not going to lower our standards. And this year is going to be a robust release schedule like we had in 2021. Last year was a bit of a political kerfuffle. And as most people know, I was on a siesta in Mallorca for a little while. But thankfully, I was brought back to the company, and it's been all about rebuilding and learning and hearing what everybody has to say and trying to do the best job we can and making the consumer happy. That's the most important thing to me, is consumer satisfaction. Because guess what? I'm a consumer. I know what I want, and I know what other people want. So the same thing I want to see from other people and other studios, I want to see us do that. And we're trying.
George, God bless you for keeping the high standards. Viewer 200 Watt Studio, who's a great fan of this channel, says, for George, some of your Warner Archive DVDs look better than a lot of other people's Blu-rays.
Well, that's true, and it's because we did something at the time which we thought was right. We didn't have the funding to do new masters that were Blu-ray quality, but we did remaster over 1,000 films for DVD level quality, and that made a big difference in all those I would say B- grade masters. They've all ended up on, broadcast and sometimes even for electronic sell-through and VOD. But, if we're going to put some of those films on Blu-ray, and we have, where something did really, really well on DVD, we had remastered, then we have to go back again. But this time we're going back to the negative. And movies like Dark of the Sun and The Hanging Tree, those are perfect examples where we did a really nice master, or The Boyfriend, Ken Russell's film. The DVDs were really nice looking. Blu-rays knock you out of the water. So that's what we're trying to do. And I know there is a very small contingent of people that like the fact that we were releasing super, super, super obscure movies on DVD only that barely, no one basically knew about because they were B pictures when they were made. Just because something is old doesn't mean it's a classic. And the economics of that really don't... We have very few people. It's not a secret that with all this buying and selling, we've lost a lot of human resources. So we have to make sure that each person that's working on something is delivering the best potential return for the shareholders of our very public company. That's what makes things different from us than some of the small independents that are licensing. Nobody gets to look at their books. And I see a lot of releases out there. It's like, how the hell are they making money on that?
I asked myself the same question.
Is it a side business? Who knows? What I can say is we have done business with licensing to companies who I have great relationships with, specifically Criterion and Shout. And they're helping to, with the size of our library, they're helping us to get more product out there. And the Warner Archive product needs to fill a special goal for various different kinds of consumers of ages, shapes, and sizes. We were being criticized a little while back because we weren't releasing enough movies from the 30s. Now we're releasing movies occasionally from the 30s. People are saying, what about the 90s? You know, we've got plans for everything. So just sit tight. It's going to get really, really better. It's not going to, we're not going to slide back. It's going to be a continued momentum forward, and we have full support of management, and that's a great thing.
Danzig 1979 asks, did you have any luck finding the original work print of Superman 4? And would Warner Archive release something like that?
Well, we haven't. I found in the inventory a work print of that longer version. I don't know if it has sound. I know it doesn't have completed effects. We haven't brought it in and inspected it, and that's an enormous project to take on. But I'm obviously aware of consumer interest, despite that the movie itself is, to be kind, not that great. But in my opinion, anything with Christopher Reeve as the Man of Steel is worth fighting for. So that's something that I would like to see us actually bring in the element, see what it's like, what would it cost to finish it. If it fell into that category, then it would be basically taken out of my hands and it would go into the mothership, which is where something like that belongs. The reason why we were able to do the extended 188-minute Superman television version was that I found an interpositive in the inventory where the aspect ratio wasn't marked. And I said, if this is scope, we have a release. It was, and we did. And I went to my colleagues who we have people specifically dedicated just to DC properties. And I went to them and I said, are you interested in this? And they said, yeah, we would for digital, but for physical, you could put it out through Warner Archive. I said, fine, great. Everybody won that way.
Yeah.
And it wasn't cheap, but it wasn't, the huge amount of money it would cost for, let's say, a Superman 4 project, hey, the best way to say it is that you can't know what the future will hold. And that's what makes me so excited to get to work every day. I really, it's no secret, and I'm not ashamed of it. I love my job. I love what I do. I love the company. I love the library. I love making the fans happy. It's what I live for, and it's what makes me feel like I'm still 22, because my energy has not dissipated and my passion has not dissipated.
Well,
so
George,
I want to make the people happy.
To that end, our viewer Channel Surf says, I left the studio last year after 28 years. I was with WAC from the start, and it's what I miss the most. Working for you was fantastic, and I'm glad you're back. Andy. So Andy says that.
Well, I thank him, and it's we have lost an enormous amount of people who have been with the studio for a very long time, and when you lose people who have that much experience and historic knowledge and the sensibility, some of that just can't be replaced. And it's always nice to hear from people, who feel the same way about Warner Brothers is really like a family.
Yep.
And the family had a partial massacre. So those of us who are surviving, we intend to try to bring things back to the way they were before Ma Bell. So that wasn't always perfect,
no.
but it was much closer to perfect than it was during the dark era.
Before I let you go, Thomas Logan, he won our Sony Pictures Classics 4K box set for our 100th show for our giveaway. He asks, what is your favorite film and who's your favorite director, George?
Well, my favorite film, I've said this before, and people will think I'm being a shill, but it was what it was when I was a kid, and that hasn't changed. It's Gone with the Wind. What an outrageous choice, right? But I like what my friend Leonard Maltin said about the movie. He says it's the greatest example of the classic Hollywood style and storytelling.
Absolutely.
It still is a wonder to me that they were able to actually make it, and I love it. And a favorite director would be very hard for me to say. It would be, I would say there are several in there. Obviously, this is such a boring answer, but it's because he's great. Hitchcock, Capra, George Cukor, Howard Hawks, William Wellman. Those are the people that, Vincent Minnelli, of course, I can't not say that. Those are the people that immediately come to mind as my favorites. And from new directors meaning post-1970, there are certainly many people whose works I deeply admire. But I feel that my dedication to the classic era of filmmaking needs a champion, because what I don't see happening now is what happened when I was a kid and growing up. I was being, taught about the great filmmakers of the past and reading about them, and I wasn't alone. There were lots of young people interested in learning about cinema from decades ago. And my fear is that isn't happening anymore. And I think it's our responsibility within the industry to make sure these films still get to be seen, and get to be seen in the best quality. These new masters that we're doing with 4K scans and immaculate frame-by-frame restoration, they make the film so accessible, so attainable. It changes what you think about what you're looking at.
I totally agree.
And Rob, you were talking about Rancho Notorious before. I had only seen Rancho Notorious looking awful. And Fritz Lang can't make a movie where awful is in the description. And it's a fascinating movie, and we did a restoration of the Technicolor negatives. So suddenly this movie that I was kind of on the fence about is something I just found wonderment in, because I was finally seeing the movie as the director intended.
I totally agree. I mean, when The Twilight Zone was remastered by CBS and on Blu-ray HD, I had seen The Twilight Zone my whole life. I knew every episode by heart, and to see it in high definition was a revelation. It was like watching them again for the first time, because you saw the clarity in the photography, and they felt different. They felt more important, if that makes any sense.
I had the same experience, and I know what they went through, to make that, because that was still happening under your friend and mine, Ken Ross.
I mean, my God, I never fanboyed out when I worked with him for 3 years enough, but I wanted to go to him, and he's still around. I could ask him, but he worked for Andre Blay at Magnetic Video. The man was a legend, and he was. I called him the Tony Soprano of studio, home video executives, studio executives, because he was that guy. He was that no nonsense New Yorker. He was amazing.
He took such pride in his work, and the way I got to know him was that in the earliest days of DVD, our former leader and my mentor and friend Warren Lieberfarb made a deal with CBS to get 10 years of DVD rights for My Fair Lady. Jack Warner made a horrible deal for My Fair Lady, where he paid it $5.5 million for the rights to make the movie, and then after 7 years, it reverted back to CBS, who had produced the Broadway show and owned the property. So Warren made a 10-year deal for DVD, and we made a fortune with it during those 10 years. And then we had a 1-year window of negotiation. So I was negotiating with Ken, and Ken said, George, I want you to have this movie. It should be with Warner Brothers. But because of the whole Viacom, Paramount, CBS mess, I can't do it. And the good thing is that I did get him to call Robert Harris and do it right and do that $1 million 4K restoration that ended up being such a glorious Blu-ray and now 4K.
The My Fair Lady 4K disc, while it might not be to everyone's taste, you know, if you like the exploitation cinema, like Thriller, A Cruel Picture that we talk about on this show, let me just say that My Fair Lady is one of the greatest 4K transfers I have ever seen in my life. Elizabeth and I were watching it last month, and I was stunned. I was knocked out by that 4K. The opening credits alone, I was like, what? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It is astonishing.
Yeah. And that made me so pleased because I want to see everything done the best way possible. And I wanted Ken to reach out to Bob because they had worked together on the initial photochemical restoration back in '94. And he is really the father of contemporary film restoration. Bob's first big thing was Napoleon, and then, of course, Lawrence of Arabia during David Lean's lifetime. And he set the stage. And at that time, in the late 80s, there weren't preservation/restoration experts at the studio level, whereas now there generally is, although the expertise from studio to studio does vary. But Bob really, I consider Bob a mentor as well. And to bring Bob and Ken back together and see that happen, I was kind of being a little bit of a matchmaker there, but it all made sense for everybody involved, and I'm so glad it happened. And even though we don't own the movie anymore, it's still part of Warner Brothers history, and I'm so pleased that people can get to see it the way Jack Warner produced it and George Cukor directed it.
George, I got one last question I want to ask you from one of our viewers. Marv Dogger asks, why was Rocky V and Rocky Balboa, a.k.a. Rocky VI, not included in the new 4K Rocky set?
I have absolutely no idea. I am not involved in that part of the business. Warner Brothers has a home video distribution deal with the current MGM company, and I know that it was a little out of the ordinary because they've licensed everything in their mother to third-party companies. But MGM made arrangements with my colleagues to do something with Rocky, and why 5 and 6 aren't a part of it, I don't know. I'm sure there are reasons, but that's what my other colleagues are doing. And I have not been involved in that relationship or those discussions at all, which is ironic because when Rocky V came out and didn't do very well, that was when I was running MGMUA Home Video as a 29-year-old upstart, so.
Hey, Rocky V was the only film set I've ever been thrown off of.
What did you do, Rob?
Well, that's a very, very impressive thing to have on your resume.
I'll tell you a funny story. How people are asking now, how did you get thrown off the set of Rocky V? So I was working for Bill Young, the senior vice president of production at Warner Brothers, and I parked my car on the Warner Brothers backlot. I had to park in a certain place. And that night, they were filming Rocky V when Tommy Gunn comes out of the bar and they have the fight in the alley. And I was used to wandering around. I was such a fanatic that when celebrities wanted to be shown around, whenever there was something shooting on the lot, I was the kid that was showing everybody around. So I would go up to anybody, anywhere, and talk to them. And they're shooting a movie, and I'm like, oh my God. It's like, it's Rocky V. It's Stallone. It's Tommy Gunn. Oh, my God. And I'm standing there, and the first AD came over to me. You know, I was just in the background, very unobtrusive. And he says, who are you? And I said, oh, I work for Bill Young here in feature production and for Warner Brothers. He's like, you're going to have to leave now. And I'm like, okay. And of course, then I just went to my car and left. The next morning, I get to work. Bill calls me in his office. He's like, only you could get thrown off a set of an MGM movie, and I get a phone call the next morning. And I'm like, what do you want me to say, dude? I mean, I was 22 years old. I didn't know. It was all fine. And I was and he goes, if someone's shooting, do you have to go watch everything? And I said, yes, I do. That's why you keep me around.
Am I being presumptuous to say that you weren't getting in anyone's way?
No.
That someone was just being a little bit not nice?
They were being not nice, but the thing is, here's the lesson. Never tell anybody who you work for. Like I was trying to be like the good, like, no, I'm supposed to be here. I was trying to explain my justification for watching this film shoot. And literally, to be fair, it literally was right about, I don't know, 100 feet from where my car was parked. So it's not like I broke onto the lot. I mean, it was my day job to work on this lot. So, but it was funny. But listen, George, I don't want to keep you on your Sunday. I want to thank you. First of all, I want to thank you for all the work, the Lord's work you're doing with Warner Archive. I want to thank you for being a friend to this channel and this show, and to Dieter and myself and to Bill Young, and everything that you've done. I mean, my God, for the last 30 years plus, from laser discs to DVDs to Blu-rays to 4K, you're the man. You're the institutional knowledge every single corporation needs to remember how important it is to retain. And thank God you're at Warner Brothers, because long may you wave, sir.
I agree with you on that last point. Thank God I'm at Warner Brothers. And I say that every morning when I wake up and get to go to work.
And I want to thank you for being on our show, and for being you, and for the wonderful work that you've done and continue to do.
Well, thank you. And I want to shout out, kudos again to you and Dieter. I'm always watching every weekend. And of course, Bill.
Thank you, George.
We've been comrades in the trenches for a very long time. And he knows I read the bits every day, at least the weekdays. I don't usually see stuff on the weekends, but I always check. What Bill does on the bits and has done on the bits is invaluable. So all of us are really in the trenches together, fighting to make sure that people get to see the movies that they love or haven't even found out yet in the best possible quality. And we're a united front, the four of us. So thanks to all the fans for their support, and may we be together again for your next 200th show and 300th show, because I want physical media to stay
Easy,
around.
George, easy.
Dieter's saying easy, George, easy.
Well, come on, you know. We're talking 200 shows every 2 years from now. So
Yeah.
that's not that far away.
It's true.
You're right.
You know, one day we should actually do a special. I need to get Dieter to come to LA, and we have to come visit you and take a tour of motion picture imaging, Warner Brothers MPI.
I would love that. And now that I have a new office on the lot, and never thought I'd be working on the Warner Brothers lot. I've always been in the building across the street. It is a thrill because I can get to MPI in a 3-minute walk, and so I'm over there a lot. It's a great time, and people have a lot of great stuff to look forward to coming from us, and hopefully from others as well. So kudos to you on your 100th broadcast, and thank you for letting me be a part of it.
George, you honor us. Thank you so very much for being here and to spend time with us today.
Oh, my pleasure.
All
Have
right,
a great
sir.
one. Peace to everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a nice Sunday, George.
Ladies and gentlemen,
goodness for George.
the
Thank goodness
great.
for George.
I mean, come on. How great is George Feltenstein? You know what's funny? He has a voice that just brings me happiness.
Yeah.
When I hear George talk, I just
Everything is
love
gonna be
to hear
okay.
him speak.
Yeah.
He's
Absolutely.
got the. I mean, he's kind of like I forget who's the name of the guy that narrated A Christmas Story. He's a
Bob
famous. What's that? No, he directed
Not
it.
Bob
But
Clark.
the yes, Gene Shepard.
Shepard.
Gene Shepard. George Feltenstein is the Gene Shepard of the home video world.
Yes. Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure.
Now,
By the way, somebody had asked about the Rocky 5 and Rocky Balboa.
Yeah.
So I don't know why Rocky 5 isn't in this set, but my understanding is that Sylvester Stallone is actually working on a new director's cut of Rocky Balboa.
Okay.
That may have something to do with why
Could
those
be.
two films are not in the set, but
that could be.
And-
Now, go ahead, dear.
One in the live chat wants to know from you, Bill. Can you give us something about the Lightstorm releases of True Lies, Abyss? Can you tell us something?
yeah, so the Cameron stuff. This is the James Cameron stuff. And this obviously fans know that this has been a saga for many years, some of these titles. I think it was it 2014 or 2015, I think, when or maybe even a little earlier when the original Abyss and True Lies Blu-rays were supposed to come out from Fox.
Okay.
And then they didn't. Now, I at the time I told people on the bits that Abyss and True Lies special editions were being worked on at Fox, and that was true. And I can tell you that it was true because I was at Fox and I saw some stuff. Like they were ready to do it. They were working on it and they had it all ready to go. And James Cameron wouldn't approve the transfers. And I think it's because nobody will say for sure, but I think it's because he wanted new 4K scans of those films.
Yeah.
This was many years ago. Like he just didn't think what existed was good enough, and Fox wanted to put them out. But so what happened was Cameron just wouldn't approve them, so they never came out. So those two special editions have been just basically sitting on the shelf. And now obviously Fox got purchased by Disney, and it's now 20th Century Studios, and Disney is notorious for not doing much with that stuff. But I do know from insiders, both close to Cameron and at Disney and elsewhere in the industry, that there are plans, with any luck this year, to release Abyss and True Lies, the original Avatar, and also potentially Titanic in 4K and remastered Blu-ray. Now True Lies is relevant because obviously Cameron wants it out along with Abyss and the other films. But it's relevant because there's a new CBS TV show, apparently, True Lies TV show.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and Cameron has said in interviews as recently as this last month, in the PR build up for Avatar 2, he's talked about these movies are coming to disc. They're coming to 4K and Blu-ray. He said it. Now, it's frustrating because first he said, well, it was going to come probably, I think in like January. He said sometime by March. Then that didn't, obviously hasn't been announced yet. And my understanding is what's going on is a couple things. One, Disney is trying to figure out when is the right time to put Avatar 2 on home video, because obviously that movie is still making a ton of money in theaters, right? So they want to keep that going as long as possible. Once they decide what the timing is of that, that's when they'll schedule, the original Avatar in 4K, True Lies, the Abyss. That's everything is kind of dependent on the Avatar 2 home video release date, which is still TBA. The other thing that's going on at Disney, of course, is that Bob Iger is back, and Bob Iger is doing a massive reorganization of that studio. And so I think what's happening in the home entertainment division over there is they don't know how that reorg is going to end up. Are they going to have more independence and more prominence and more ability to do things, or are they going to be under some other entertainment general conglomeration, something they don't really know. So there's a lot of up in the air there too. But my understanding from multiple sources now within the industry is that those titles are coming probably this year, by the end of the year. And then obviously Paramount just released Titanic back into theaters for its anniversary, and that is a new 4K remaster. And my understanding is that the likelihood is that's going to come out later this year sometime as well. But this is a problem. It's like if Cameron wants it, he'll get it. And he wants those titles out on disc. I think it's just a matter of, Disney there's a lot going on up there, and Disney tends to do things in its own sweet time right now.
Listen, gents,
It's a stepping stone.
give me a second. Dieter, I wonder if you could read a letter or
no
two.
problem.
Give me a minute. I'm going to I'm going to give you guys the command structure.
Okay.
And I'll be right back.
All right.
Nice. Okay, we have letters, and I start with a short one from our prolific letter writer, Brian Knight. He says, Robert, unfortunately, Robert is not there at the moment, but I probably can answer that too, and Bill perhaps too. Currently, to live and die in LA has been the bug up your ass. Have I missed an announcement about your previous bug, Highlander 4K? Any news if it has arrived yet? If it has arrived, has John Campia seen it yet? Well, Brian, I thought you watched our show. Rob did buy his set on eBay for a little bit of a higher price, but he only bought one. So John Campia will not be getting a Highlander 4K set, and I don't know if he has seen that set. Bill, you have it too, or do you just have the normal?
I do
4K?
have Highlander 4. Yeah, it looks great. As far as To Live and Die in LA, that's coming from Kino Lorber Studio Classics. But my understanding there is that they are awaiting the director. They are waiting on the director to
Once again
to basically approve the 4K scanner remaster and the color HDR color grade, all that stuff. And so there are Kino Lorber Studio Classics has announced a lot of stuff. I think there's probably, in addition to what they've already released, there's probably 30 more titles that they've announced are coming. Ronin, for example, John Frankenheimer's Ronin, a bunch of stuff, and it's just all waiting on. It's just in the process of being approved and checked and corrected, and it just takes time.
Just from that perspective, Bill, how does this approval go?
It really varies. I mean, it depends on how much the filmmakers, the DP, the director, if they're still alive, how much they want to be involved. Sometimes they want to be absolutely involved and every step of the way. And sometimes even being in they either want to give notes on the grade or they want to be in the room while it happens and approve it. And that, if the filmmakers are young enough to be still working actively, that's a challenge because it just takes time, to schedules to line up and that sort of thing. But it really varies on the film. It varies on whether the talent is still alive to be involved and wants to be involved. And what are the logistics of that, finding the negatives and the process of scanning and it's complicated and not every studio does that process the same way. Some are very, very careful to make sure they get every detail right. And some don't have the budget to do that. So they just do the best they can.
Totally understandable. The next letter comes from Vincent from France, who was in the competition. Unfortunately, Vincent, you didn't get the box set, but he did write a really nice letter, considering the 100th
Vincent's great,
episode.
by the way.
Yeah. Hi, fellow physical media aficionados. We are nearing the 100th episode. With this letter, I'm recapping a few of the many top moments of the show. Naturally, I won't mention the box office, live chat, new releases, and the wonderful letters from the PGS community. My top moments on the show: the George Feltenstein interviews and surprise phone calls. Please, we want more of those. We did have one.
Come on, do we not deliver?
Yeah. Number 2, Rob's comments on our beloved Trash Panda's choices of movies. Like he always said, I had to get this too. The 3rd, the unofficial sponsors, Warner Archive, Kino Lorber, and also the city of Saarbrücken, Deutschland. Nice one. 4, the Poltergeist cover case and my letter in episode 76 at the 160-minute mark. Number 5, the To Live and Die in LA 4K delayed release reminder. Number 6, Rob's Phantom Zone imitation. Number 7, the German lessons from Dieter. By the way, is there going to be a full German episode at one point? I don't think so, Vincent. Number 8, the Depp Heard trial recreation at the beginning of episode 65 in a temporary observatory. Number 9, the Dita unboxings. Number 10, the last one, Dita's rehab in episode 73 at the 20-minute mark, and Rob's advices when you hesitate to buy a Blu-ray. And extra one, the story behind the motto, everyone you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear, and all you have to do is listen, in episode 77. Finally, and before you read the rest of this letter, you can please make sure Rob is on the screen for what's next. He is back with us here. Did you know that YouTube automatic English subtitles for the Burnettwork is actually the Burnettwork? This is not a joke, Rob. I never got that double entry. Are you keeping this for episode 100? Congratulations on the 100th episode, guys.
Okay.
The Burnettwork.
Okay, Vincent from France. You sent us pictures with your letter of your physical media collection.
I know what's coming. Go.
And you're French. And you hurt me. You hurt me when you showed. Everyone knows that's watched this show for a long time that I have a fetish. Rightly or wrongly, some men have different fetishes. I don't apologize. I have a fetish for William Friedkin's 1985 stunner, To Live and Die in L.A. Everyone knows that there's one copy of To Live and Die in L.A. that has eluded me. And Vincent from France showed me, and it was the French version that comes in it comes in a book. I ordered it from Amazon France. For some reason, they said it shipped. I never got it. They were funded by money. It never shipped. Well, somebody on Twitter sent me a link, and I forget. I looked, I couldn't find this link. Sent me a link on Monday. Now, it was ridiculously expensive. Did not care, because the answer on this show is, should I buy it? Like, the answer is always yes.
Yes.
So let me just show you what I have spent years coveting. Years.
There it is.
The French To Live and Die in L.A. And for those of you who don't understand just how great this is, let me show you.
The little book part.
Oh, it's a slipcase. I kept the paper. He kept the paper. Look at this. Look at this. It is a hardcover book with essays from French film critics. I've never seen. Look, there's the one sheet. He's back on the streets again. I mean, this is a full-on. And by the way, it has a bookmark that comes with it. I mean, and the man who sent this, and I don't want to use his address, but he sent me every little bit that comes with this. This book has more information about the making of To Live and Die in L.A. I mean, it's incredible. Now, apparently, this is part of this is number Raid, I guess Raid, yeah. And it's Carlotta, and they have a whole series of these. Now, this comes with two DVDs.
Okay. Yeah.
And the Blu-ray. I cannot tell you how it warms the cockles of my heart that I now, for the 100th episode of this show, and I know 200 Watt Studio is snickering at me. Yeah. But I have this ultimate box set, and for the viewer of this show who pointed out to me that an eBay seller, and the eBay seller got this to me in 2 days, because he actually was from California. So nice. I have to say that, of all of my Grail, call it a Grail title, I have it now. I have it. Nice. And, I am continuing my efforts Mr. William Friedkin is directing a movie now, The Caine Mutiny. But now that Kino Lorber has officially dated, as we heard from Matt, the unofficial sponsor of this channel, Matt from Kino Lorber has confirmed To Live and Die in LA is coming out May 30th. It hasn't been officially announced, but he confirmed it for me. I'm going to try best efforts. Maybe if I have to call Sherry Lansing, I don't know. I'm going to get William Friedkin on the show. I promise you that. And we're going to talk about, or as they call it in France, Police Federales Los Angeles. Because, of course, To Live and Die in LA is not about cops. It's about the Secret Service. I just want to say that dreams do come true. I thought I was out.
Nice.
Elizabeth can never know that I now have 6 copies of To Live and Die in LA on high definition. I'm going to have 7 soon. I don't want her to know. I mean, you're not supposed to keep secrets from your loved ones. Yeah. And I prefer to believe that she doesn't know, even though she does know. She knows everything. But I'm going to keep my little fictions, or J.D. Spradlin said about Michael Corleone and the Mafia and Godfather 2, you keep your little stories, or whatever he said. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gentle beings, kind souls, however you identify, this has come home. I have the elusive box set that I was missing, that I tried to get, the French. I know you capitulated in World War II. I understand. Just because I do a show with the Jerry doesn't mean I can't get a French disc. God damn it. Wait, give me a good, Dieter, give me a good God damn it.
God damn it, Rob.
That's it. And why Vincent didn't put your God damn it's is one of his favorite things, I don't know. But I think it's time. You already showed what you got this week.
Yeah. Rob, since you started with To Live and Die in LA, did you get something else this week that you want to show?
I did. I got lots.
Okay.
I'll rifle
Rob,
through it.
Just quick a recap. Did you get around to watch The Quiet Guy?
Yes. I was gonna say, it's a wonderful film, and I couldn't because you couldn't hear what I was saying. Des, he sent me a beautiful box of his showrunner documentary.
Yeah.
I got a showrunner cup. I did a Robservations where I unboxed. I don't know if he saw it. He might not have seen it. Where I read his.
He saw it, Rob. He saw it.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
So he sent me. As a matter of fact, to be honest, all the chocolates he sent me, and he sent me a lot. These are the only ones that are left.
Oh, left.
I've been eating them.
From the store.
But that movie is a wonderful film. It was different than I thought it was. I loved it. I thought it was great. But the
it's
show
4x3. I wanted to add.
Yeah, yes, it is. I love the movie, and I'm glad he sent it to you as well. And I'm glad it's not going to win, but
consider just the other stuff, Rob. As I've shown you, I did pull After Sun after you recommended it.
Oh, I watched.
Have you seen Trial of Sadness?
Yes, loved it.
What loved it too?
I loved it.
Nice.
I love that director because I own Force Majeure.
This was the other one, the Force Majeure, and the other one is that he directed. Do you remember? Come up with the name.
Yes, I do, and I'm drawing a blank.
Mark Kermode was telling about it in the review, but I don't come up with the name again.
So
just show what you got, Rob.
Well, like you, I got Decision to Leave.
Nice.
One of my favorite films of the year. Love that. A movie that
it was The Square.
A movie that I've loved. If you've never seen this film, Peter Weir's Gallipoli. This is an incredible film. You will never forget the final image of this movie, and I'm glad that they actually changed this artwork. I mean, I love the original movie poster, but it gives away that final image, and I'm glad they changed it. So, and if you're a fan of John Carpenter's Big Trouble in Little China, this is the film that heavily influenced it. Zoo, Warriors from the Magic Mountain. This is a great wuxia movie. I love this film. It's incredible. And came out on Blu-ray. I have not watched the transfer. Don't know.
Put this out? Vergo USA?
No, this is Shout.
Oh, Shout. Okay.
Shout put it out. Shout put it out. course, I finally got the Fablemans on 4K. Had to get the Fablemans.
Good film. I enjoyed that more than I expected.
Yeah,
Ooh,
and
nice.
like you showed last week, had to get Don.
Bubba.
I'm a huge Don Coscarelli fan, and his lovely wife Shelley Coscarelli. I love Don. Had to get this. I had to get it. It was just delayed.
You have Magnificent Seven, right? From Shout.
Oh,
You got that?
it's funny that you say that, Bill,
I was gonna say.
because it's right here. By the way,
good.
this looks fucking great.
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
God, is this transfer? I love this movie. It's terrific, and wow, good on you. I mean, this was unexpected coming from Shout, but I'm glad it. I mean, if that's what we're getting, if studios are going to,
I just love that. Like, and also Sergio Leone's Once Upon a Time in the West is coming out from Paramount this year in 4K.
dude,
Like that to have that whole body of like those westerns in spaghetti westerns, especially in 4K. The Man with No Name trilogy, and it's like I never thought.
and by the way, from our unofficial sponsor, Kino.
Yeah,
So good on Kino. And then I have to tell you, a film that I had missed out on a couple weeks. I hadn't got it. Comes out in a great steelbook. This movie is known. It's known now mostly because it has the very first full-on CG character that was created for a film, which is a stained glass Knight.
Yeah.
Young Sherlock Holmes is a
Nice.
film that I cannot believe it's taken this long to come out. It's only on Blu-ray. It comes in a steelbook from Paramount. This is a wonderful movie, and a lot of people say it has a little too many connections to Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom or whatever. I love everything about this film. I love the actors. I love the score. Young Sherlock Holmes is Barry Levinson directed it. It's a wonderful movie that doesn't get talked about nearly enough. I finally got it. I kept forgetting it had come out, and
yeah.
It's
got
gotten
it.
delayed here.
Yeah, Paramount is really digging deep into their catalog, man, and they really are. Finally, they are really digging deep, and they're getting a lot of stuff. I mean, I have no doubt that like Galaxy Quest and I bet you there's a whole.
I mean,
bunch of
they already
stuff
put it
there.
out as a beautiful steelbook. I'm sure they'll do it, in 4K.
Yeah, I bet anything that's a 4K that they've got cooking, and they're finally in May 4th putting out the long-awaited, or is it April 4th? They're putting out the long-awaited Star Trek: The Next Generation films.
Well, we'll get to that, Bill. Don't
remastered Blu-ray.
hang on a second. We'll get to that because we haven't done the news. And then I finally got. Oh wait, actually, there's more. I got The Remains of the Day. I love this film. Merchant Ivory, fantastic movie, great transfer. And then I also finally got Wakanda Forever. But you know what? After Phase 3, don't need the steelbooks. Just saying.
Okay.
So that's what I got this week, Dieter.
Nice.
Oh, and I watched this transfer. This
Tell me
is
about it.
of the Lightstorm. Okay, so I have the original release of. This is the German release of Strange Days that you told me about.
Price.
It's the second time it was released. It's one of those. There are 4 missing Lightstorm movies. Of course, there's The Abyss. There's True Lies. There's also Soderbergh's Solaris remake and Strange Days, directed by Catherine Bigelow. Those are also 2 other Lightstorm movies that haven't made it to HD in America, but they both made it to HD in Germany.
That Solaris disc is terrific.
It's terrific. That's a media book. You got that from me. Thank you for that. This Strange Days disc is better than the first. It's spectacular.
I told you.
It's spectacular.
I promised you.
No, you did, and you didn't disappoint. So, gentlemen, Bill, are you good for time? We've had you for 2 hours.
Yeah, I've got a little longer. Sure.
Okay, I want to rifle through our news. Okay, we got some good news. Obviously, George touched on this, but the box set of the 4 Christopher Reeve Superman movies coming out in a steelbook. Pretty cool. The Superman collection, 1978 to 1987, and
singles as well in the UK.
Do we get a new transfer for the first one, or is it the same?
So I don't know if it's a new it's a new remaster. It might be a new scan and remaster, but it's definitely a new remaster. So it's going
Thanks,
to look better than it did in the first iteration of 4K.
Yeah.
I do like the book. I think I like the cover. I think it's cool. It's a cool cover.
My guess is that's coming this week. It was basically just leaked to retailers, but it leaked first in the UK, where the box set and 4K singles are going to be available. It looks like here in the States, it's only going to be the Steelbook 4K set and a regular Amaray 4K set. And the Steelbook set is exclusive at Amazon.
Oh wow! Okay,
So,
well, there you go.
it's a little complicated yet, and my guess is the actual official announcement, Warner Brothers announcement, will happen this week sometime.
Well, that's cool. I mean, I'll take it.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I really wish that Superman Returns would, have been a part of that. I understand why. There's a lot of other reasons why, but I would love to. I shot 1,500 hours of documentary footage on the making of Superman Returns. There's only a 3-hour documentary, and it was delivered at standard def. I have all the tapes. I'd love to. Ooh, wait, do I have all the tapes? I'm not saying I have all the tapes. I have all the tapes. But, I could remaster that and do a 6-hour documentary. There's a lot of stuff I'd love to show. But
Yeah.
anyway, also announced this week, finally, the 4K box set of Star Trek The Next Generation, the feature films. I mean, look, I don't like Generations. I don't First Contact, but I'm actually an insurrection apologist for all of the craziness in it. But it's going to be great to get those on 4K. Bill, can you enlighten us at all? Any interesting things we should look out for that?
Yeah, well, I mean, Generation's interesting because none of those. I mean, I suppose the fan favorite one of those is First Contact.
Yeah,
with Jonathan Frakes directed along with Insurrection. But the thing I love about Generations, to the extent that I love that film, is the cinematography is phenomenal.
Yeah, it is.
And so it'll look great in 4K. And the good thing is it'll be both 4K and the Blu-rays will be fully remastered from the new 4K scan as well.
So not only the 4K.
Right. So the Blu-rays are going to look much better as well. And so that's a big deal. That's a big deal. To finally have all the Star Trek feature films out, that is not a small thing.
Yeah.
Now next,
especially for me, the transfers for the first Blu-rays weren't that impressive.
No,
they were terrible. They scrubbed them with noise reduction, so everybody had that sort of waxy face.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Stop doing that, you young whippersnappers. Arrow made a big announcement. They've got some great 4K titles coming out, beginning with this is really interesting. Michael Mann's forgotten movie with Chris Hemsworth, Black Hat, is coming out in 4K. Now, what's interesting about this is Michael Mann also did, I actually kind of like this movie. A lot of people dismissed it, but he did a director's cut of it that was only released in Europe at festivals. Apparently, it's also on this disc. Is that true, Bill, from what you understand?
I think that's the case, yeah. I think that's the case.
Well, that makes it interesting.
Yeah, so
I would agree with you. It's an underrated film. It's an interesting little movie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and Michael Mann stuff is always worth
getting. So that's cool. Kudos to Arrow for branching out. They're finally. I mean, I love their original release, but they're upgrading The Last Starfighter, coming out in 4K. The first movie that other than Tron, did all of its space effects in CG. So that's. I like this movie. It makes a great double feature with Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Came out a year before, but it's worth doing. This is a really interesting movie that they're putting out. It's called The Beta Test. And Jim Cummings, who stars in this, is an up-and-coming filmmaker. He has won a lot of kudos for a short film he made. This is his second feature. I think it's his second feature. But I like this movie, and the fact that they're putting it out is pretty neat, and glad to see that come out. And then finally, of course, Terry Gilliam's beautiful adaptation of Hunter S. Thompson's novel with Johnny Depp and Benicio del Toro. Not for everybody. Oh wait, did I cut that off? Look at that. There's the proper aspect ratio. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is coming out. Now, again, why is this coming out from Arrow and not from somebody like Criterion?
So Criterion seems to sort of take their sweet time with a lot of their releases. Like, as we know, Curzon released Wings of Desire in 4K, a few months early. And then now all of a sudden Criterion just announced their version. I'm not sure why that is, but it does seem to be true that StudioCanal or Arrow or some of these other companies release a 4K for some of these films first, and then Criterion comes with their own in due time. I mean, it's a little frustrating, but I'm just glad to see that it's happening. I mean, there are so many, like StudioCanal you might have talked about it before, but StudioCanal just announced that the City of Lost Children is coming to 4K.
Well, Thomas Logan, who just won our box set with but yeah, I'm getting annoyed by this 4K multiple, especially if you're like you watch a show and you're a fan, buying multiple iterations of.
But here it will be perhaps a little bit interesting. We have the Sony disc and the StudioCanal disc to perhaps compare.
Well, StudioCanal, their track record, I love their box sets. I do, because I just bought some new shelves and put them up and rearranged. I have I've got a 4K, dedicated 4K section, and I love my StudioCanal box sets, but I don't like it when they put a lot of teal in their like Basic Instinct, teal and orange.
Well, there have been a couple things, plus the Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
Well, the worst transfer ever done in the history of man.
Well, here's the thing. So people who have seen the original scan say it's gorgeous. But what happened is I think they wanted something that was Cameron approved for 4K release. So they used what they used instead of going back to that original that new 4K scan. What they used is the 3D master. And the reason they used one of the 3D master, the left or right eye 3D master, was because it had been Cameron approved. But of course, it was Cameron approved for 3D theaters and 3D exhibition, not for 4K Ultra HD. Yeah. But the excuse seems to have been, well, he approved it, so we put it out. And it's so weird to put that 4K disc in your player, and the 3D message comes up at the beginning. It's so ridiculous. And in order to make 3D conversion easier, they just scrubbed all the grain out of that image, which is antithetical to what 4K is all about, right? It's so strange.
Exactly.
Ridiculous.
But there are too where, for example, Peter Jackson's The Frighteners, which came out in a beautiful 4K edition in, I believe, Germany.
Exactly.
A beautiful 4K edition. And the problem is that I know Arrow had sort of hinted that they were doing a version too. Okay. But apparently, the German distributor paid for all that remastering, that whole remaster, which involved Peter Jackson. All the money for that was put up by the German company.
Yeah.
So they have an exclusive on that presentation for 3 years, unless another distributor, say Arrow, were to pay the money to use it, which is probably not going to happen.
As they should, by the way.
Yeah.
They paid for it. They had the foresight. They did Dieter. That's a great. I don't own that disc yet. Yeah. But it's a great presentation. The way they presented it. I mean, look, as a post-production supervisor myself, German QC was always the most feared. They had the most stringent. Germany and Japan had the most stringent standards about delivery of your film. And I love the fact that there was a German remaster of a film because they have such exacting standards.
Well, and look what Coke did with the Dune box set, which we both have because of the kindness of Dieter here. I mean, that box set is just. I'm still in awe that box set even exists.
Yeah, me too, considering the movie.
Dieter's not a fan.
Dieter's not a Dune fan.
I love that Dieter. I feel I should match you drink for drink. It's such an honor to be drinking with a German. Finally.
Well, I got my coffee here, so I chose the wrong beverage.
If I could just wax rhapsodic for a moment, I did not know Dieter as a person. But I think one of the great joys of modern technology and our modern age and what we're afforded, meeting somebody from a foreign country randomly and developing. I mean, Dieter, I consider you a great friend, and having met you and doing this show, we've never actually been in the same space. No. We've never actually sat across one another, and but I do consider you one of my dearest friends, and I want to thank you for 100 episodes plus, and everything you've done, and how people like Bill have a Dune set because of you. You know, you've been so generous.
Bill wanted even 2 more.
My guys were like, "Where'd you get that?"
But
Bill has connections. Somehow Bill has connections too.
Yeah. Oh man.
But it's, I didn't know when Elizabeth bought me this microphone that it by the way, it does work. I didn't know where the journey of doing YouTube on my own channel or whatever would lead me. I had no idea. But one of my favorite destinations was meeting you, Dieter, and to be able to do these shows and to bring on George Feltenstein and to bring on Bill Hunt and all the other people, Jeff from Films at Home, Elliot Cohen, we're coming for you, buddy, in the UK. I want to talk Criterion and Vincent Teo and Spare Change. Although I haven't, it's been great. It's been a lot of fun. 100 episodes, and all the people that watch us. Our audience is not expanding, but we have
like
a very.
I said, Rob, we have stable ratings. Considering a TV show, we have stable ratings.
The interesting thing is that when physical media fans, it is a very specific kind of audience.
Yeah.
But when they find their own, they're very, very loyal, and it's great that there are places that are a home for those folks to share their love of physical media, man. Because look, we all got into this thing because we grew up in a time when we didn't have access to these films.
No.
I mean, and suddenly now, like, you can just anything, almost literally anything you want. If you hear about an obscure film, you can go on Amazon Japan or Amazon, Germany or Amazon. You can find it, and because of Blu-ray and DVD, you can in a week, a couple of mouse clicks, and a week later, you can have that disc in your mailbox and put it in your player and watch it. And that is kids. I think people today who didn't grow up the way we did, take that for granted. Boy, that's a wonderful thing to have access
really
to
is.
the entire world's history of cinema. Is
Well,
really
Bill,
extraordinary.
That brings me to our next new release, All Quiet on the Western Front, coming to us from a company called, I think, Alliance, in 4K, a European disc. It's Netflix. Occasionally Netflix would release like Stranger Things on a cool release, but with all the BAFTAs this one, and it's probably most assuredly going to win Best Foreign Language or Best International Film at the Oscars. It's great that we're getting a full-on physical release of this. And
By
Dieter,
the way, you should know real quick. You should know that is also coming from MPI here in the U.S. on March 28th.
wow, okay, all right.
So there's the international
from
release, and there is a
Cape
U.S.
Light
release
in
coming
Germany.
on March 28th,
It's Cape Light in Germany.
Yeah, exactly.
and it's MPI here in the States.
Yeah.
Now we're getting a 4K of a science fiction film I dearly love that has been released in a couple of really interesting versions before, which is David Bowie, Nicholas Roeg's The Man Who Fell to Earth. This is the Steelbook that directed by Nicholas Roeg, based on the Walter Tevis novel. Very great to get this. I mean, I've had a few, obviously the Criterion Laserdisc. I have 2 different Blu-rays of this. Bill, is there anything you can tell us about this release?
Well, I believe the remastering is all being done by StudioCanal.
Yep.
And I don't. Is it? I know Lionsgate. Is it Lionsgate that's going to carry?
It is Lionsgate. I think it is Lionsgate.
Yeah, I think. So it's typically StudioCanal, and then Lionsgate does the U.S. release. So I know I believe there's a Steelbook coming here in the States.
Yeah.
And I can't wait for that. I mean, and I think it's it's interesting because obviously there was the recent, was it Showtime did their
Well,
television series sequel to that?
the whole reason that our man Terry Metalis got to do Picard season 3 was because Alex Kurtzman wanted to make a sequel to The Man Who Fell to Earth, and he got Chiwetel Ejiofor and went and did. And by the way,
and I tell you what, I actually really liked it.
I have
really
to say, look, credit where credit is due.
Yeah.
I might have bagged. I will continue to bag on Alex Kurtzman and Secret Hideout for dominating and running Star Trek into the ground. But you know what? The Man Who Fell to Earth, his sequel to that, was very worthy.
Yeah.
And it was worthwhile. And I'm like, look, man, stay away from IPs you don't love. Clarice, you didn't love. Why you got the rights to Silence of the Lambs and you didn't give it to Brian Fuller is a crime against mankind. It really is, because he wanted to do it for season 4.
Mm-hmm.
But Man Who Fell to Earth was pretty good.
Yeah, and it was a tour de force for its lead actor.
Yeah, he was great.
He was phenomenal. Yeah, that was actually it surprised me, but I legitimately enjoyed that a lot. That was quite good.
Now, there was something I wanted to wait. Hang on a second. We have. By the way, we are getting to the super chats. Don't worry. Don't worry about that. We will. Here's one I wanted, because this next one, something was announced this week that made me Ghibli. Ghibli.
Ooh,
Andy Beglin's Stairwell Session says, I watched Possession, 1981, for the first time last night, and I was mind blown. Have you guys seen it? This film will forever be with me. Well, that movie was directed by Polish director. I don't want to mispronounce his name, but I can never pronounce it correctly. But Andrzej Zulawski, someone's going to kill me. But this was announced this week, coming from Eureka, Masters of Cinema. His films, The Devil, and his science fiction film On the Silver Globe are in this collection. Now, he directed Possession with Sam Neill and Isabella Gianni. Yeah. On the Silver Globe was a epic science fiction movie that he was making that was seized by the communists while he was making it, so it was never finished. Wow. It's one of the epic science fiction films of all time. And if you look it up, On the Silver Globe, I've never seen it. I've wanted to see it, well, I wouldn't say my whole life, because I want to say he was making it after I was born, but it's one of those Grail movies, and they've shown it at various film festivals. I just have never seen it. I've also never seen his movie The Devils, or The Devil. Possession, which I've owned in various formats, not the new French 4K release, but Possession with Isabella Gianni and Sam Neill, with special effects by Carlo Rambaldi, who did E.T. and the Alien, I would like to say it's the very first hentai movie, but that's giving away something.
That sounds to me like your as a holy grail. For me, the Sergei Bondarchuk War and Peace was, for me, a holy grail that I heard of the film in college, and I spent 30 years trying to see a good, it came out on DVD. There were various quality DVD releases of that were not very good.
Yeah.
So I spent 30 years trying to chase down a perfect screening of that. And finally,
how great is that disc?
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. And I went and saw that film that when Criterion did that screening at the Arrow. I went to that screening, and it was like there was like a who's who of Hollywood filmmaking talent in that thing. And it was a 12-hour screening, right? It's an all-day thing, like with like an hour lunch break in the middle, and oh my God, it was extraordinary. And it's this sounds like one of those sorts of experiences that you haven't had but want to have, and here it finally is on disc.
Well, and also, I mean, again, we live in a time where these movies are, especially now that the Russians are threatening Polish borders. I mean, my God. By the way, guys, war is not conducive to the preservation of movies.
No,
I just want to say that,
yeah.
I learned everything I know about editing, the 5 theories of montage, Sergei Eisenstein, Odessa Steppe sequence of Battleship Potemkin. It's just kind of lame. Anyway, let's stop the wars. Let's make some movies, okay? The Russian cinematic legacy deserves to be preserved. And anyway, it's frustrating.
And it's nice to see some of it is fine. I really want to see, there's a whole history, a long tradition of Soviet science fiction, right?
I know.
Because there's, you think of the other great spacefaring nation, going all the way back to the beginning of space flight, it's Russia. And they've got a rich history of science fiction literature and science fiction filmmaking. And in the West, we have hardly access to any of it. And I'm dying to get to dig into that stuff. And I'm waiting for some of those things to get resurrected and restored and put out into the world.
Well, Indicator out of the UK has some crazy stuff coming out. From Hollywood to Heaven, the lost and saved films of the Ormond family. This is some crazy ass shit. I love that it says, charting the unique and extraordinary filmmaking odyssey of the Ormond family from stripper gore musical the fact they're doing this, buy this. I mean, and Nicholas Winding Refn, the director of Drive, who might be the most pretentious filmmaker ever made or ever born, I don't care. He remastered Argento's Dawn of the Dead. He interviewed William Friedkin, and William Friedkin openly mocks him. I love, by the way. Wait, hang on one second. Stop again. Start again with that.
Indicator is also releasing a big hardcover book by Refn on the Ormond family that's coming out the same day as this Blu-ray box set.
Oh, well then, I mean, God only knows if Nicholas Winding Refn had something to do with it. We all need to bow in effigy, and look. I love the guy. He's made some great movies.
Yeah.
I mean, even though his TV series and his latest movies, he's so far up his own ass, I don't care. The Second Sight Drive, it's out of print, but Dieter, you and I have it. Do you have it, Bill?
Yeah, certainly.
Yes. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. So awesome.
By the way, have you got Imprints? Imprint just announced their May slate as well. Imprint Films in Down Under.
Yes, and I didn't add that to this list tonight because
I'll tell you what. Imprint's got their May releases, which they have just announced, include The Catman of Paris, the Great Gatsby,
the original from the 40s.
I think so. Yes, Uptight, The Long Voyage Home, Bus Riley's Back in Town, and The Spiral Road.
Yeah,
that's a nice little.
I didn't add that today, but I looked at it.
Yeah, there's a lot. It's amazing how much deep catalog stuff is coming.
This is one I really like. Of course, this comes from Indicator. Mexico Macabre, Black Pit of Dr. M, The Brainiac, The Witch's Horror, The Curse of the Crying Woman. Now, I did not add all the individual discs, but goddamn, this explains where Inarritu, Cuarón, and Guillermo del Toro came from.
Yeah.
Mexico has a long history of great genre cinema, not just the Santo wrestling films. Great stuff. I love to see Indicator doing that.
Yeah.
Now,
it's nice that we're tapping into international classic filmmaking as well.
Oh, it's amazing. And then, not to be outdone, okay, I would buy this from the box alone. But coming out from Severin, Dance Macabre. I mean, we go from Mexico to Italy, both macabre. Dance Macabre, Volume 1, the Italian Gothic collection. First of all, didn't we all want to date her? Look at that. Come on. She's in a nightgown in a graveyard. That to me says, hey, how you doing? Can I buy you dinner? I mean, my God.
It's Phantasm again.
It is. I mean, Irene Jobson in the chat's like, yeah. I want to believe this is Irene Jobson. That's her right there. But I mean, Monster of the Opera, The Seventh Grave, Scream of the Demon Lover, and Lady Frankenstein. My God, Severin. You know what? They quietly put out all the haunts. What is it? All the haunts. What was the thing called? Of that box set of folk horror.
Oh yeah,
folk horror, yeah.
All the haunts are ours. Maybe.
What's great is that these companies are putting out stuff that
we haven't seen.
The vast majority of we haven't seen, but the vast majority of the audience doesn't even know about. They haven't ever even been exposed to this stuff.
And they're like, it's like going to, when you go to an art exhibition at a museum. This is why physical media matters. When you have companies like Severin, doing something like this, they are finding these films, they're curating them, and they're not just putting them out. They're giving you a booklet. They're giving you a commentary. They're giving you a way to frame it in your own journey of life.
It reminds me of when Criterion put out that great Zatoichi box set of all the
dude,
Shintaro Katsu films.
How great is that?
I have so much love for those films, and to have a giant box of all of that, all you can watch the whole series. I mean, it remastered, and it's got all the context, and it's got all the history and documentaries on Katsu. You can just go down the rabbit hole on that stuff forever, and it's great because it's not just about the history of cinema and this particular franchise, but it's really a window into another culture, right? Into the art of another culture and the ideas and the expression and the way they're reacting to the events that are going on in the world at the time. And that stuff is amazing. You can learn so much about other cultures by watching their cinema.
Oh, amazing. And then we have this from, you got to love this. Hopping Mad, the Mr. Vampire sequels. I mean, who doesn't want to buy this? The Mr. Vampire Saga, or Vampire versus Vampire. This is coming out from, I believe, Arrow. Yeah. And Arrow. Pardon me, it's Eureka. What did I say? Arrow? I meant to say Eureka. Yeah. It's coming out from Eureka. I apologize. It's Eureka. And because we have another title coming out from Eureka that blew my mind that it's coming out. So Eureka, by the way, they put out Cabinet of Dr. Caligari in 4K. Eureka has been killing it.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Now, here's another thing from Eureka. Ringo Lam, known for making the movie City on Fire, that was the inspiration for Tarantino's Reservoir Dogs, is putting out this. Burning Paradise. Mid-90s. It was the only wuxia movie he made. This movie fucking rules. I love this movie. It's violent. It's awesome. And it's coming out, again, a mid-90s Hong Kong film. I love it. And Ringo Lam made it. I'm down.
Chinese film in that period that I really want Hero. Zhang Zimu's Hero. I really want that.
Where is it?
The Blu-ray that exists is not that good. I really want that remastered on 4K.
Yeah, totally.
Because that's such a stunning film.
I can't wait to get that. And now we've got, of course, look, Deer and I, we meet. We have a meeting in the minds when it comes to great action cinema. And if it's theatrically released, so much the better. Plain 4K coming out. The Crash was only the beginning with my man crush, Mike Coulter. I will tell you, I'm a straight man, but when I see a beautiful man like Mike Coulter, he was, of course, a Marvel hero. He was amazing as I mean, my God, as Luke Cage, but he plays a Catholic priest in Evil, the Paramount Plus series. My God, what can't he do? And apparently Gerard Butler's not coming back for the sequel, only Mike Coulter is. But hey, coming out in 4K. My God, I'm very excited about that.
By the way, Gerard Butler is quietly becoming the new Liam Neeson of action films.
Yeah, but he'll survive plane crashes and meteor strikes.
Yeah,
He's making Greenland 2. By the way, what a great film that was. Dude, Greenland rules.
Yeah.
I don't know what, Greenland is way better.
In the works for Greenland?
I've heard that there was a sequel.
Yeah, there is. There's this being made. Now,
just quick, Rob. Burning Paradise is out on Vinegar Syndrome in the States. Burning Paradise.
Really?
Yeah.
Vinegar Syndrome put it out.
See, I got to pay more attention.
I just did a quick check because I remembered something. It's out.
I think From Beyond 4K comes out as well this week.
No, we already have it. We have it.
Okay.
And by the way, it's great. The From Beyond 4K Vinegar Syndrome, but they have the best logo ever.
Yeah.
With
I think the wide release street date for that title is this week. I think you can get it.
Because I got it from them. You can
get it directly from them weeks earlier, but then they do a wide release. And I think the wide release comes out. Yeah, that's a great disc. We've got one of our guys working on a review of that.
For the unofficial sponsors of this channel, which is of course Kino Lorber. And Kino Lorber has been killing it. I thought their Marathon Man disc was great. Mm-hmm. We watched Taking a Pelham 1, 2, 3. Bill, you saw that, right?
Oh, that's phenomenal. What a great.
My God.
What a great movie. What a great movie that they don't make like that anymore. I mean,
it's like Die Hard with a vengeance, but different.
Right.
So good. Now, Kino Lorber, if you've ever wanted to watch Harvey Keitel masturbate in 4K, this is the movie for you. That's right. Bad Lieutenant. My God, Kino Lorber, their succession of 4K releases has no rhyme or reason to it, but by God, we love it.
Breaking news. Kino Lorber just today announced that they're doing Billy Wilder's Stalag 17 in 4K.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you, Bad Lieutenant's a favorite of mine. Abel Ferrara. I mean, if you ever watch the famous, was it on Letterman? When he's on Letterman, he's barely coherent. Mm-hmm. How he directs movies, I don't know. I've been watching them. King of New York is fantastic. I love Bad Lieutenant. His Body Snatchers, how he got to do another reimagining of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, I don't know. But I'll watch it because there's no one left like you. Thank you, Meg Tilly. You are amazing. John Cayley, you are awesome for marrying her. So we're going to get to the sales figures, but gentlemen, I need you to give me a moment. Talk amongst yourselves. Tell us something great. And Dieter, ask Bill a question about physical media.
I would just say I have still letters to go through. Two letters.
Yeah.
So the first one is it's always nice to stumble across a new name here in our community. It's from Jeffrey Lindenblatt. And he writes, Rob and Dieter, congratulations on reaching your 100th episode. Here to your next 100 episodes. And let's hope that you guys in the physical media will make it to your 1000th episode. Rob, because of two previous crises that you mentioned in earlier episodes, it enables me to grow my physical media collection. Let me explain. About 2 years ago, I started a local movie watch club. Once a month, a group of my friends would get together after hours at my office to watch classic movies. The first rule, the movie had to be available on DVD or Blu-ray. The problem came up in the second part of what movies to pick. As in all projects involving many people, there will be many choices of what movies to start with. So I came up with an answer. Let's start with a series of movies. What series of movies? Well, that was where you came in, Rob. When you mentioned your Mommy Dearest problem. I went online and found that it was part of the Paramount Presents collection. So I discussed with the group, and they agreed that we should start from the beginning of the Paramount Presents collection,
Ooh.
Fatal Attraction, and go from there. We would look at the next film and see if the group would watch the next film in the present series or not. This is what we did for the first 15 meetings. After the film, we would rank the films between 1 and 10 and come up with a score. Here are the top 3. Airplane, couldn't agree more, 9.2028. The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance, 8.916. And 48 Hours, 8.375. Now we have gone away from the present series, and we now pick any movie that is available. At our next movie club meeting, I am ordering some elderberries wine to be served with the feature. Your second crisis enabled me to start 3 personal projects, which I will talk about when I finish them in a future letter. This is when you mentioned when the Blu-ray.com site was down. After it came up again, I was able to find out a vast amount of information of what was available on physical media from the past 15 to 20 years ago. Thanks for that. Rob, I have a suggestion for the weeks that Dieter is not available. Like your members-only chats, why don't you do the same thing during the physical media show and ask your listeners what they bought in the last months, and talk to them about their love of collecting physical media. All the best, Jeffrey Lindenblatt. Bess, I don't want to get political, but when I saw the China balloon get shut down, the first thing that came to mind is that shut down rover. Only my friends of classic television shows got it. So this comes from Jeffrey Lindenblatt.
Jeffrey, I want to thank you for that. I moved it, but yesterday I brought out all the Wandering Toys. Did a whole Kickstarter for the Prisoner toys, and it's one of the greatest Kickstarters ever. They did a fantastic job, and they made blow up rovers. They made number 6 figures in the rovers, so I know where you're coming from. But here's the thing: I can't do this show without Dieter. I can't.
Luckily, Rob,
I can't.
Luckily the new shift model is not as outrageous as we thought. I still have 3 or 4 Sundays free to do the show.
Okay, I mean,
gentlemen, I probably need to take off here in a few minutes because I'm sure you guys got a lot more questions to answer.
Bill, we got more questions. We'll let you go, but first of all, I want to thank everybody.
Thanks, Bill.
Where can people find you on physical media? Physical
reality.
Where can people find you on social media?
You can find me at Bill Hunt Bits on Facebook and Twitter, especially Twitter. I'm there on there a lot, and also at the Digital Bits at the Digital Bits and the digitalbits.com website. That's where all my work goes every weekday.
Well, and Bill, could you at least tell the folks at home, you have been diligently working on a new science fiction novel series. Mm-hmm. You've already finished. You're in the middle of a prequel, but you've already finished the first novel, and you're doing a prequel, so you now have 2 books. It's a whole great IP. It's amazing. I read an iteration of the first book. I don't think I've read your last iteration.
You read pretty much the final version of the first book, yeah.
It's so good. I so loved it so much, and even the first chapter is a real grabber of that first book, especially if you're fans of things like 2010, which I loved. I mean, it's so good. The writing is so crisp. It's so great. Please tell us about your science fiction novel series.
So it is. It's about a force in the future called Space Guard, which as humanity is moving out into the solar system, you need a group that basically can, kind of like the Coast Guard is today, can go out and help people. People get in trouble, help set up outposts, deliver supplies, kind of keep the peace, that sort of thing. And it's set about 130 years from now as humanity is moving out into the solar system and really getting a foothold out in space. And things on Earth aren't quite going so well. The sins of the past are kind of coming back to haunt them. And as this crew of this ship is out doing its job, they uncover a mystery that could threaten all of humanity, both on Earth and out in the solar system. And so they've got to try to figure it out and figure out what the source of this threat is, and how to respond. And so I'm working on a series of books. The first one's done. I'm working on a prequel now, and the the idea of that is to probably do a Kickstarter with the prequel to launch this book series out into the world, and then either continue self-publishing or use the Kickstarter sales numbers to see if I can't get a decent publisher. But I think if you're a fan of like The Martian, fan of The Expanse, it's in that wheelhouse. It's definitely its own thing, but it's sort of in that near future, hard science fiction, but it's very accessible, very easy to read, and I think a lot of it's character driven, a lot of engaging characters. So I'm excited to hopefully in the coming months get this thing launched and get it out into the world.
What I love about it is no one's seen it. You haven't sent it to publishers or Hollywood producers. It's a whole new thing. Mm-hmm. And I cannot stress enough how good it is, how exciting it is. And also it lends itself well to whether it's a TV series or movies. It's a new exciting IP that, my God, Netflix should be all over what you've written. Not to say, I'm not shilling for you, but hey, I'm just saying,
wallet out here and
it's pretty good. Everyone believes I shill. I don't. It's funny. When I was a kid, 30 years ago, they used to call me the Film Threat crew. Mark Altman used to say that my nickname was Kiss Ass Rob, because they're always like, nowadays people are saying, my lips are stitched a la the Human Centipede, Terry Metalis' ass. I'm like, that is not true at all.
No, man, you just get excited about things that you really love.
And what's really interesting, the narrative about Star Trek Picard is because people have come out and said it was good. Now everyone's trying to counter our argument with nitpicky stuff, and let me ask you, Bill, what would you say to those people about Star Trek Picard season 3? You've seen 6 episodes.
Yeah, I've seen 6 episodes, and I would say, if you're spending your time nitpicking a couple little things here and there in the first episode, you really haven't seen anything yet. There's a method to the madness.
You're also missing what's actually happening. That's what's frustrating. I'm like, you see you
don't have the full picture yet of what's going on.
Yeah,
we're just meeting these characters. We're just kind of setting up the situation. There is a lot more to come. It won me over. I'll tell you what, it won me over, and I feel the same. I feel the same about the last 20 years of Star Trek, and it really won me over. It respects what's come before, and it respects your intelligence as a viewer, and it's just thrilling. I'm so excited about this new season of Picard. I can't even tell you.
Well, Bill, thank you so much for being here. It means a lot on our 100th episode. And now we will return you to the Dieter and Rob show, already in progress.
Gentlemen, congratulations, man! I'm really proud of you guys. I'm glad to be here and help celebrate you guys, and keep on keeping on.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for being here.
And thedigitalbits.com. Check it out. Well, Dieter, we had some great guests. Thank you very much to George Feltenstein, the great. God damn, do I love hearing him speak. I wish he would do like college courses because I would audit them. It was great. So now, Dieter, we're back to our show. Do we have more letters? Or are we done with the letters?
I have one letter left, Rob, which unfortunately came in too late for the competition. But I, of course, wanted to read it anyway because it is about his long Anthony R. Lopez. It's a little bit longer. Let me see how we'll get through it. Hello, Rob and Dieter. When pondering your question of what does the importance of physical media mean to me, I've done some self-reevaluation on why the majority of my life, spent so much time and money on it. I remember my first VCR, my parents bought, and recording everything I possibly could of TV. I wore out so many tapes, with the highlights being Halloween and Alien. After nagging and begging my mom and dad to start buying actual movies, I was amazed. I convinced them on the first day to buy Halloween media release. I think Rob knows about that. And Alien, CBS Fox, as well as The Night of the Living Dead from Good Times. Seeing the slick, perfect case with the artwork wrapped in shrink wrap and getting to open them up as a 7-year-old felt like Christmas to me. The smell even was amazing as you slide out the tape from its whimsical cocoon. As time went on and living during the thriving times of the video stores, offering whole new worlds to explore. I can't count how many times I would just hover in the horror section, reading every single title they had. I would constantly just watch anything I could get my hands on, all granted on what my parents were willing to rent, and thank God they honestly didn't care. My church was every Saturday either in the sticky floor cinemas or in the backseat of a POS car at the drive-in. My parents took me to see An American Werewolf in London, and I was scared shitless. It was funny, but at the times the scariest thing I've ever seen. The movie ended, and I was shocked. Films can pull reactions out of me I've never felt before. As the credits ended, I'm waiting for my parents to get up to leave, but they told me we still have one more feature. What? We can watch 2 movies? The second film was much more over my head, but I loved it nevertheless. I had zero clue what it was going to be, and then Dark Screen, then Bela Lugosi's Dead by Bauhaus plays as we fade in.
Oh, yeah.
This is home. These are the moments that touched my soul, lifts me up, opens my mind. As life went on, my need for collecting grew stronger. Everywhere I went, I was gravitating straight to their movie selection. VHS turned to Laserdisc, and boy, oh boy, this is where I was in trouble. I got my first job at a Cinemax theater just so I could be closer to film. That and the fact that Laserdisc weren't cheap. Luckily, I had the support system, my mother. Through divorce and a move and starting over again, my mother remained my cheerleader. She not only encouraged my passion, but would one-up me and push me to the broader and search more out of my comfort zones and explore more films. Through the years, whether it be she picked me up after school to watch Purple Rain in the cinema, or we traveled for a weekend of horrors convention to meet Bruce Campbell, my mother always fanned the flame I had. Living on my own and Laserdisc was slowly dying off, I did enjoy seeing my favorite films like never before. Getting the Criterion Laserdisc of John Carpenter's Halloween was as close to a sexual experience I've ever had at that moment in my life.
Oh, yeah.
My addiction to physical media was getting worse. I started a second full-time job just to support the habit. I hit rock bottom once Criterion announced Evita was getting a CFV all-out edition on Laserdisc, and I knew I must have it. I spun the trailer at the theaters in front of films. Oh, wait. Let me rephrase it. I spun the trailer at the theaters in front of films, but with working 2 full-time jobs, I didn't have time to get out and enjoy these stories I adored, so I ordered the collection sight unseen. Let me tell you something. It cost me $125 to watch Evita once. Read that again, once. Luckily, DVD came to my rescue and was cheaper and better quality with many special features. That I gobbled up. A wife and kids later, and the HD DVD versus Blu-ray war began. I fought long and hard in the trenches, but my side was for HDVD, and we lost. Well, Anthony, you and me both, brother. You and me both. Blu-ray, however, was wonderful. I was able to rebuy Halloween yet again, and again. Thanks, Angkor Bay. And got to introduce my children to the films I grew up with, and to watch them appreciate them made me feel my life has come full circle. 4K UHD has made me go, this is where the road ends, but I'm good with that. Still purchasing Halloween, thanks Lionsgate and Scream Factory. And the 7-year-old me is still inside me and looks at the case itself, and I'm filled with joy. A divorce later, and with kids fully grown, I'm an older man now. My mother enjoys the cinema in heaven now for some time. I watch your guys' show and think that what does all this mean to me? Besides Portal to Other Worlds, it's a comfort blanket, a history of life lived. I look at my collection, and I'm bored to times, and I'm bored to tears of sitting between my mom and dad. To having my 5-year-old daughter watching Jaws, and as the movie progressed, her sitting from the opposite end of the couch, to eventually her sitting on my lap. I'm reminding of the trips to the Bay Area and my mother and I watching and laughing together. I'm reminded how I used to like sweethearts and milk duds. I remember making love to my girlfriend in the parking lot. I remember bonding with strangers in the theater lobby over a film. I remember midnight showings and the shenanigans that followed. I remember so much. These discs are more than entertainment. They are an extension of me. In my home, within a minute, I can have Jack Burton speaking words of wisdom. I can see Frank showing Freddy around the medical supplies warehouse. Alex contemplating what to do for the evening, experience the dawn of men, and so on. I feel physical media is important in preserving film and both entertaining and educating people. It gives everyone their own specific experience, but for me, it completes me. Corny said, I don't think so. Film has always been there for me. My first memory was Star Wars at the drive-in. Film is burned into my brain. Physical media is me embracing that. It's the teenager working at the cinema, slinging popcorn and ripping tickets to be closer to the movies. It's that 7-year-old holding in his hand that unopened Halloween VHS and thinking he won the day. Thank you for hearing me out. Whether or not I win the giveaway, it's nice to at least say in my own words what physical media means to me. Best regards, Anthony Lopez. Sorry, Anthony, for letter being a little bit late.
Well, Anthony, what a wonderful letter. Wow. You're exactly, you're in our space. You said a lot that I completely identify with, and I want to thank you for writing it. I'm sorry we didn't get to put it up on the poll.
Yeah,
but
was a little too late.
Yes, but it was still a great letter. Now, yeah. Dieter, we have a lot of super chats.
Yeah, let's go through it, Rob.
I want to rifle through those. Captain Robert April, who's been a fan of the channel for a long time, has become a new member. Thank you. Our own moderator, Tom Jr. Jackson, says, happy 100th birthday. Episode, guys. Thanks, Tom. Thanks. Appreciate that. We're not that old. A 200-watt studio, because we started late, says, if they don't start, I'm off to watch yoga videos. Now, look, to be fair, I had to install a new driver for my hard drives that had my files for this show on them, so I didn't know that because I did a system update. Anyway. David Gonzalez says, congrats on 50,000 subs. Here's to another 50. Yeah, let's get them by the end of the year. Tell your friends. Yeah. Look, Dieter, we haven't grown our audience, but we got to an audience that stays the same. I get it. But you know what? We have the most loyal, friendly, supportive, awesome audience on YouTube. Yeah. So thank you for that. Undead Sick, our friend in Holland, Undead Sick, says, why, Rob? Oh, I know what he's doing. He's remembering what I said about Time Enough at Last, the Twilight Zone episode, when Burgess Meredith asks his wife, when she's literally found all of his secret books and scribbled out every page. It's one of my favorite things, also horrifying, when Burgess Meredith asks his wife in the Twilight Zone episode, Time Enough at Last, why, Helen? Why do you do these things? After she's destroyed his books. So Undead Six says, why, Rob? Why do you do these things? Making me tear up on Star Trek Picard. Just kidding. What an episode. 9.5 out of 10. My only nitpick is that for now, Vatic feels like Khan 2.0, and congrats on episode 100. Let me tell you this. For those who talk about Captain Vatic, Amanda Plummer, Christopher Plummer's daughter, she is not Khan 2.0. She has, I'm not going to say what it is, when you find out she has a very legitimate grievance, and it has a lot to say about our modern society. And when you find out, it's pretty amazing. And I will say that Captain Vatic's anger is more of a Deep Space Nine thing. Can I say that? Maybe not. I don't know. You'll figure it out. I'm sure the beans will be spilled, but it's not what you think it is. So, just saying. Why, Helen? Why do you do these things? 200 Watt Studio says, congrats, guys, on these 100 shows. Thank you for Fauci for creating a virus that made it all possible. Well,
Yeah. Thanks, Fauci. Thanks, Dr. Fauci.
Nico C says, Gunther. How do you pronounce Gunther in German?
Günther.
Gunther says Prost to both Rob and Dieter.
Prost.
He thinks you both look sharp as well. Well, there we go. I mean, I filled this up 3 times, but cheers to you, sir.
I'm still on my first, Rob, but it's getting close.
By the way, because you got to go to a second, back to Gunther. I mean, here he is. It's great to hear from him. And here he was as an American cowboy. Look at that. Come on. That's like Charlton Heston stuff. Look, it says Marlboro. Gunther is the Marlboro man. Look at that. And there he is. Look at that. That's right out of Yellowstone. And here he is. If you recognize him when he came to America, there he is. So, Gunther, this show is dedicated to you, man. And from Hamburg, came here in '66.
Hanover.
Oh, pardon me, Hanover. Yes,
we will put the name in.
I put his name in the live chat already.
Yeah.
So,
Nice.
yeah. But there he is watching the show. I hope we're still making you happy. But, even Gunther has probably fallen asleep for as long as this show has gone on. But that's okay, because it's a great show. It's our 100th show, man.
We are expecting to go a little.
Irene Jobson.
Yeah.
She writes, woohoo! Now, when she says that, I'm like, what does that mean, Irene? Woohoo! Perhaps we shouldn't know. I'll just take it at face value. Irene says, 100th episode. Can't wait for all the others to come.
Mm-hmm.
Bring on the filthy.
Is she the twin sister of Emma?
I don't know. I mean, the lovely Emma Bannon. To me, Irene Jobson is the girl you used to want to find in your life because she seems up for anything. So her husband is a very lucky man. I hope he takes whatever. I don't even want to say it, but Irene, we feel you. You know what I'm saying? You know we do. King Tannic, our friend Israel, who does one of my new favorite shows on the Burnettwork, which is, of course, the Otaku Experience. He does a great job. It's great to have young blood on the channel. Shout out to King Tannic, Israel. And even if you're not interested in anime, you might be if you watch King Tannic's show. I love his pitter-patter delivery. He speaks like a 1940s character in a movie. I love his delivery. Some people say he talks too fast. Fuck all that. He does not. That's his personality. It's great. It's enthusiasm. I love it. And I'm so proud that we have the Otaku Experience on this channel. Shout out to Yisrael. That said, his love of Transformers 4 Age of Extinction is inexplicable to me. I just don't like. If you were to say, King Tannic, if you were to say, I love Transformers 3 Dark of the Moon, I'd be like, okay, I'm down. Oh, okay. But Transformers 4? Now, admittedly, I might be the old man shouting at clouds and don't understand the genius of Transformers 4, which I will admit freely. I could be wrong. But dude, come on, really? But I leave it to you. And your show, the Otaku Experience, is great. It's one of the new shows here on the Burnettwork. I hope you all watch it. Anime is hot. Today. It's great. And King Tannic, I've already had like girls writing me in going, "Can you give me his number?" I'm like, "No, I'm not going to give you No, I'm not. This is not a dating service. Write him yourself. Figure it out. Hitchhiker42 says...
What was his super chat, Rob?
Oh, he says 100 shows. Congrats
nice.
to you both for the milestone and congrats. Oh, I didn't even read it. You're right. King Tannic said, I was just waxing rhapsodic about how excited I am to have King Tannic. He actually says 100 shows. Congrats to you both for the milestone, and congrats to the winner of the giveaway. And by the way, you voted on him, and how many votes did we get? Almost 200 votes.
Yeah, 184, I believe.
So thank you all for voting.
Thank you.
And Vincent from France. I'm not saying that anything you sent us swayed the voting, because it didn't. But I mean, really, come on. You had to lord it over. You had to lord it over. Look what I have. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Just saying. By the way, that's Vincent. When I come to Europe to hang out with Dieter, we're going to come to France and party with you. Dieter's like, why do you say these things? No, it's going to happen. I'm telling you. Hitchhiker 42. I didn't see this. Bill, what happened to the release of The Abyss? He did address that a little bit.
Yeah, we talked about it.
200 Watt Studio says, just got the Magnificent 7 4K a few days ago. Looks great. Well, rest in peace, Walter Mirisch, who was a great producer. Yes, he passed away. But he lived a great long life. 200 Watt Studio says the German Blu-ray of Strange Days is fantastic. It is, nice. Dude. And hopefully you saw it on this channel when Dieter brought it up. Yeah. Marv Dogger, I asked George about that. 200 Watt Studios, I asked George. I watched all of that. Paul Allen Brunotto has become a new member. Paul, welcome to the family. For those new members, if you want to become a member of the channel, every other week we do a member chat. And by the way, they're hosted by Roberto Suarez. Yesterday, Roberto Suarez did another great episode of Que Pasa PGS, which is an all-Spanish show. I didn't get there because I was on another show, and I was with Az doing he had asked me, we hadn't done a show in like almost 2 years, and Hot Toys or
I didn't know that, Rob. You did the Hot Toys, okay?
Yeah, well, we did Hot Toys, and it was great. It was fun, and we hadn't done it in 2 years, so I apologize for not being there. I promise to be next to the next one.
I think, Rob, we forgot about to mention, considering Possession, there is an Elizaviews shows about watching Possession.
That is right. Elizaviews is coming back. The lovely Elizabeth Gwendolyn Bell is coming back, and we are going to be doing Elizaviews beginning April 2nd. There's going to be a major rebranding of this channel because it's not just the Burnettwork. I mean, we got Que Pasa PGS. We got the ladies of the PGS. We have King Tannic. We have a lot of other people doing shows. Truly, my dream is to have a 12-hour-a-day original programming block. I don't know if we can do it, but maybe we can. So we'll see if we can, but it's been great. And maybe Irene Jobson can do a show, because I'd watch it. Just saying. Let's see. So King Tannic said, did someone say Titanic 4K?
Yeah.
I think we're going to get it. Glenn Mark. Glenn Mark has become a member of the channel. Wait, you weren't already a member of the channel? Well, thanks for becoming a member, Glenn Mark. I always thought you were, because you're always here. You've been a great supporter of the channel. Thanks for being here. Glenn Mark is now, I need more information. Glenn Mark is now a published author twice over.
Okay.
He's doing children's literature, and we need to figure out a way to promote it, and we should. Brian Osborne says David Fincher's Panic Room was set for 4K release last spring, but was delayed. Any idea if it will come out anytime soon? I should have asked Bill about that. I don't know.
Could it be, Rob, that they will put it in a Sony box set in a volume 4?
Oh, look at the big brains on Dieter. I could see that happening. That's very. Do you know something we don't?
No, it was just an idea because Social Network was in.
Yeah, it was. No,
the last one. In volume 2 or volume 3? I don't know anymore. Help me out.
It might be volume 1. I think it's volume 1.
Okay.
I think it's volume. I think.
Okay.
By the way,
this is actually, but he's right. It's actually a great title to release on 4K.
Yeah, it's really great. I mean, anything that David Fincher has directed should be on 4K. All of it. Totally agree. So Brian Osborne, Admiral Terya Terrier Tiberismork.
Terrier.
Terrier, let me just say, dude, I might have to crowdfund it, but I'm going to figure out a way. We're still figuring out the Tango Shalom thing in Germany. I think it's time. Like, I can't afford to do it myself. I'll have to crowdfund it. And maybe if we get enough money, if we crowdfund the thing. Here's what I want to do. I want to come to Europe, start with you, and grab you. Take your vacation time. And we will rent a car, or actually, better yet, you build transmissions. Let's see if we can get a car sponsored. And we drive all through Europe and do live broadcasts. We'll do Let's Get Physical Media. We'll do Robservations. And we'll go from Germany to France. I'd love to go to Spain and talk to Angel Sala, who puts on the Sitges Film Festival, and go all the way up to Norway, because I've never been to Norway to see Terrier. I haven't been to Norway. We'll see my friend Sina in Denmark. We'll just travel. We'll see. We will party with Emma Bannon and Dean Mikitich in Soho. It'll be great.
And at least you got your first impression of snow yourself when we travel to Norway. You know,
I'm telling you, it'll be great. I mean, I think that'd be take like a 3-week, but I can't afford it. We'd have to crowdfund it and see if people would do it. I don't know if they would.
What was up with Sebastian running through the garden?
Okay,
like he's bitten by a tarantula.
Okay, here's the thing so people who don't know, we live in Southern California, and there is no snow. In California, we have mountains like Mammoth Mountain's amazing, Big Bear. There are mountains that get snow. Even where I live in Los Angeles, Pasadena, now I live in San Bernardino County, there is not snow. In the last 40 years, it's only snowed once. There was a full-on blizzard, and it was crazy. I mean, it didn't stick, but it snowed for 3 hours, big, giant, thick. And Sebastian, who's only a year old, had never seen snow before. He loved it. Couldn't stop running around. It's on my Instagram. It's funny.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, with
what is up here? Okay.
Yeah, which Yellow, a German band. It was crazy, and it was beautiful and uplifting and crazy and fun and delightful. And I think everybody in California, and it's so funny, people are writing me from, oh, you think you had a blizzard in California? Well, here's Canada. Look, I live in Seattle. I grew up skiing. I understand the rest of the world has snow. But in Southern California, where we are, the fact to have snow is I've lived here for 34 years. And I've skied at Mammoth many times, and I've skied at Big Bear. I've never seen snow at the lower elevations. For snow to be at 1,300 or 1,200 feet above sea level is insanity. It's insanity. And we got it yesterday, and it was delightful.
Yeah, you have written that the temperature drop was extreme.
It's totally extreme. It was crazy. Loved it. Chris, actually, wow.
What was Terry?
I'm sorry.
like we Titanic, we drifted off.
Terrier says, congratulations on 100 Nerdy Sundays. I am just as nerdy as you, dreaming of a clawing for a 10-hour supercut of Picard Season 3 in 4K. Well, let me just give a shout-out to Terrier. So Terrier was a guy that I met, I want to say, maybe 20 years ago. Like, he and I were friends online. He was a fan of Free Enterprise. We became friends. I went to England in 2012 to see Skyfall. Because I wanted to see it open 2 weeks, the 50th anniversary James Bond movie was 2012 to celebrate the 1962 release of Dr. No. And I wanted
to be on Holy Ground.
Yeah, I wanted to see it with a hometown crowd at the Leicester Square Odeon Cinema. And I put it out there, and I said, hey, man, if any fans want to come down, Terrier, and at the time his lady Julie, they said, we're coming down. And Terrier, look, if he was here, he'd be one of my best friends. He's a great guy, total imagination connoisseur, physical media collector, action figure collector. He and I totally see eye to eye. Such a nice guy. He came down, man. And we watched Skyfall together at the Odeon Cinema in Leicester Square in England in 2012. And to be honest, my experience with Terrier was what makes me want to come to Europe again, 11 years later, and just drive around with you. If you could take a week off and go around Europe and just meet, I mean, the people that I love Emma Bannon. Never met her. Emma Bannon and Dean Mikitich. Never met him. Terrier, we got a whole contingent of European people. And if we could just drive around and do shows like every day, I would hope in pubs. And it would be great. It would be so much fun. Because I've always wanted to do the imagination connoisseurs or Robservations International. Call it what you want. But we'll see. Unfortunately, we'd have to crowdfund it and get people to support our efforts. And then there were people like, why should we pay for your trip to Europe? And I'm like, because I'm working. I have to get stuff to make it happen. And Dieter has to be compensated. So take off some time. Anyway, so Terrier says that.
You got one good remembrance of that Skyfall screening with you.
I know, it was great. So no, it was good. Charlie
because
was
the
there.
movie for you wasn't.
I know. Chris says, "Hi, Bill. I'm sorry, Bill's gone. Love your work. Have you heard anything around the industry about a Lost in Translation 4K for the 20th anniversary? That'd be a good one. I'm sorry I didn't ask him. Did Cameron approve the 2K the Terminator 2 4K disc? That's rubbish. We heard Bill speak about that.
Yeah.
Danzig wants to know what titles excite you. Well, he left. We don't know. 200 Watt Studio.
Here he comes.
Says, wow, Rob, the French box of To Live and Die in LA looks fantastic, but it's kind of like a nice shoebox with a dirty, worn out, stinky shoe inside. You know what, 200 Watt Studio? You know what? I have not pushed back. I'm going to say this. If you're not intellectually able to understand the greatness of To Live and Die in LA, this is not a me problem, as Robert Downey Sr. said. This is a you problem. And as much as I appreciate your patronage and your fandom, and you're always here, you're a great fan of this channel, and we love having you, and I never want to see you go. But one day, if I have to come down and find you and drag you to my own house and sit you down and give you every 5 minutes,
Orange style,
I will give you a dissertation on why you are wrong. But you're still brothers in arms.
At least he pays for his mocking.
He does. He pays to mock me, and I'm happy to take it from you. But by God, here's the thing. Mock me all you want. The real question is, why don't you love the film? Because it's great.
Write a letter to 100 Watt Studio.
I know. Oh, my God. Glenmark says, hi, Rob. Is Midnight Musings happening today instead? No. Lael went. It's his birthday weekend. He went with LaToya T to Washington, D.C. And is in the hospital with her mother. So it's all going to be good. I hope it's all good. Thomas Logan says RMB,
Thomas,
DB, and BH.
our winner.
What are your current 4K Grail pieces? Dieter, that's a good question. If you could get anything in 4K, what is it that you want that you don't have?
It's always I have to make a list about that, Rob. Considering the movie.
Well, how about one movie? For me, I'll tell you. I want Logan's Run in 4K.
Okay.
Wow, you're
I'm
not
still going with
impressed.
the same movie as always, Rob. The director's cut of Fort Fairlane. That only you saw. Okay.
Well, not just me, an audience of people. But you're right. I mean, okay, you're Ford Fairlane on. You know what? That's a great thing. And by the way,
Unfortunately, the director of photography, Oliver Wood, passed away. Sadly.
Here's the thing. You and I have not tried to wield our tremendous power in the industry. Perhaps we should spearhead, we should start a company, our own DVD company or a Blu-ray 4K company. Maybe we should be the ones to release the 4K director's cut of Ford Fairlane. Because why
Will
not?
certainly not come out from Disney, Rob.
But here's the thing. I've seen it, and it was projected. It was not video. So a print
Was
does...
this a test screening, Rob?
Yeah, it was a test. It exists. It's somewhere. So there's... Look. We now have 2 movies we have to release.
Yeah.
The Ford Fairlane extended version and Free Enterprise.
Yeah.
That's a company. And we have 3,000 loyal viewers that might help us sponsor our who knows? We'll see.
Yeah.
I love this idea. You know what? Well, so there you go, Thomas Logan. Admiral Terrier Thomas Mork comes back and says, speaking of plane, I'm writing a script for a new action thriller. It's kind of a meld between The Whale, Air Force One, and Phone Booth. It's called Couch. Hey, man. I'd put that shit on Laserdisc. I'm just saying. Could be good. Mark Spector's Avatar says, Rob, I'm looking for Fatal Attraction in 4K, but with the original ending. Does this physical media exist? Well, okay, the original ending of 4K. Yeah, well, that was when Michael Douglas gets hauled away. That was always a special feature. There's no version of the film that has that. It's on the discs. It's been released.
Yeah.
So it doesn't exist.
But it was
as
never a version released with that ending.
Not the Blu-ray, not the DVD. No, really.
I don't know. Is there
I don't know either, but I think it was because that's how I saw it.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So it must be. It might be the DVD. I'm not sure. Glenn Mark says one of 2.
Yeah.
New show, Rob. The Swarm. The book was by Frank Schatzing. Think Day After Tomorrow Meets the Abyss. Goodreads tells it's gripping scientifically. Glenn Mark, perhaps you can't see it behind me. I bought that book when it first came out, the German science fiction book. Hang on, let me just go to full frame. Maybe I can't. No, it's not in the vision of the camera. I have the first American hardcover of that book. I just am saying, but yeah, it is called The Swarm, and I have it. Realistic and utterly imaginative thriller, Jaws with action orcas in the first episode. I'm worried that the show will go the way of Surface, though. I love The Swarm. It's a gigantic book. It's a German science fiction novel. It's fantastic. You'll love it. And it's great. I don't know what they're going to do with it, but I own it, and I read it. I have the hardcover when it came out. I'm looking. Yes. It's you can't see it from the camera angle, but I will show it later. Garfield's Bizarre Adventure says, "Hey Rob, I found you through The Critical Drinker. I enjoy your demeanor. I'm a casual Star Trek fan, but I could listen to you for hours. Dismantle bad Trek." Well, you know what's funny? I mean, here's the thing. First of all, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I wish I didn't have to dismantle bad Trek. And to be honest, people think I just hate new Trek. I have also been very critical of Generations and First Contact and Insurrection and what was that movie? What was it called?
You've been critical since everything after the motion picture.
Well, no, not entirely, but yeah, I have been.
It started. The slippery slope, but it started there, Rob.
It's true, Dieter. You're not wrong. But Garfield's Bizarre Adventure.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here. It's good to have you here. Admiral Terja Torberius Mort goes on to say, okay, both in this chat and other places, I'm sick of people calling Rob a shill for Star Trek. Please put your little fingers away. I've known the man for over 20 years. He would never sell his Star Trek dignity. Well, thank you for saying that. It's true. I would not. Although, Terrier, I just want you to know that tonight, this is a true story. Tonight, I'm going to drive 90 miles to have dinner with the Popcast guys and Nerdrotic himself, Gary Beekler, and Terry Metalis. And Terry Metalis is going to give us each the gold bullion he promised us. He's going to give us a Goldfinger-sized gold bar, each one of us, for shilling for his version of Star Trek Picard. Oh, wait. That's not happening because we're not shilling for Star Trek Picard. I'll tell you something. I mean, here's the thing. What's really interesting is because we've been all the haters, the haters have been positive. There's been a lot of people that have pushed back on everything. Here's what I would say about Star Trek Picard that I would like people to look at. Star Trek Picard is all about the emotional connections people have throughout time, throughout their lives, throughout relationships. And it's really about what we owe to the ones we love and what we pass down that we don't even know we're passing down to the people that we love that might affect them. And after 2 episodes, I don't think it's all clear yet, but it will be. And that's all I can say. And, just watch, see what happens. But I would never sell my Trek dignity. Ever. Just so you know. No one can buy it. I'm not for sale. Unless, of course, I could make my own TV series and someone gave me $100 million to make one Star Trek film. Look, man, I can make you a great Star Trek film for $50 million. You don't believe it? But I could. Just saying. Meekin Music he's been a member
Simon.
for 24 months. Thank you, Meekin Music.
My friend from Australia who bought the Spider-Man 3D Blu-ray.
Oh, well, there you go. Our friend Israel King Tanik is back and says, if you, I'll get you to do an Age of Extinction watch party. Would you? Do you really think you can? Well, let's see if you get me 10 episodes on time. Maybe after 10 episodes, I'll think about it. We'll see. Tom Jr. Jackson. Tom Jr. Jackson says, Chat GPT. Oh no, Tom, I'm not going to fall down that rabbit hole again. No. Joe Hempel, who's been a member for 12 months, says, cheers, salud. Well, salud, Dieter. One more drink. Prost. Salute to you both. Robin Dietz. Happy milestones for the 100th show. Thank you for all that you do, and thank you to the Post-Geek Singularity gang. Great friends.
Nice.
King Tanik says, y'all watching the SAG Awards tonight? Well, I am not, because I'm going to dinner with Terry Metalis, Nerdrotic, the Popcast guys to get paid for shilling for Star Trek Picard. So I'm not going to do that, but I'm sure it's good. Glenn Marks says, laugh out loud, my membership was paused when I updated my details. Membership rebranded me as new. Well, Glenn Mark, you're not a new member. You're an old school member, and you're valued. I don't know what to say. I got my audio was cut on my own show today.
Yeah.
Don't even know why.
Great.
200 Watt Studio says my Grail 4K of Metropolis. I would love to see that. There's so many different elements. I don't know if they could do it, but I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Thomas Logan. Oh, Thomas. Hang on. As I move my discs aside to once again pick up your win. And by the way, unlike Dieter, that I've never sent him anything, I'm going to put this in a box and maybe send Dieter the pile I have for him. I have to see Dave Parker, though. But you're going to get it. So Thomas Logan says, guys, congrats on 100 episodes. Raising a glass of Himbeergeist. Himbeergeist?
Oh.
To you now.
Yep.
Here's to 100 more. Thanks for the contest prize. I look forward to revisiting all those great films in 4K. Lastly, Dieter Bastian, have you seen Quantum Mania yet?
No, unfortunately, I have not, because I told you the reviews were under mediocre for me. I will wait for Disney Plus, unfortunately.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what can I say? Vixter 5001. We've seen her. London's Leicester Square awaits your return, Rob. Well, Vixter, let me tell you, there is no way that I would return to Old Blighty without giving you a call. By the way, Dieter, I mean, Vixter would be one of the people that we'd have to, like, on a European tour, our Imagination Connoisseurs Unlimited World Tour, the Vixter would have to become, we'd have to see her. We'd have to have her come down. Yeah. So Dieter's like, is Rob really going to rope me into some European tour? The answer to that question is, why, yes. There's no, I didn't just get a new passport for nothing. The American Passport Agency, not only did I get a newfangled, like, with electronics in it, they gave me a passport card. It's so funny because it's a card, but they're like, this is not good for international travel. I'm like, well, I don't know why I have it then, but I have it. It's all good. Vixter, I mean, come on. I want to party with Vixter and Emma Bannon. These two ladies are going to show us. It's going to be like all night. Anyway, maybe not. Ooh, baby. So yeah, Vixter, it's there. Subwire sends us a super chat and says, are you excited for the Marvels movie after the delay? Do you think Miss Marvel will get as big as Ant-Man, or is her in big in size for the show her max? Well, Subwire now. I really like the Miss Marvel series because, you know, for me, when people talk about how people get woke or whatever, I really like the fact that they delved into the partition between India and Pakistan. I thought that was really fascinating and well done. What do you think, Dietz? Are you excited for the Marvels?
No, Rob. Miss Marvel had a charm to it, the series. But for me, the delay, if they would have even scrubbed it, it wouldn't matter. Because the only Captain Marvel fan, Miss Marvel, is already in the movie. So who else is going to see it?
It's true.
No idea. But let's wait when perhaps a trailer will come out.
We'll see.
Normally I don't watch it, but this one, perhaps let me see it.
Stubble McShave has sent in us tips. I always forget to look at the tips. You can tip us because, you know, hey, man, we're drinking. You should tip us for the drinks we're having. If Dieter's having a beer, my God, tip the man.
I should get another one, Rob. This is empty.
well, please do. Go get another one. Wait, hang on. I'll go full frame on me. If you're going to actually get will you really get another alcoholic beer?
Yeah.
He actually got up and did it. Happy days are here again. I can't believe. First of all, can we, Dieter?
You demanded, Rob. You demanded.
Okay, can I just talk about one of the reasons that I have a great deal of love for you in a very platonic, masculine way. One of the reasons is that you are, like myself, a man of, as the Rolling Stones said, wealth and taste. You might not have wealth or taste, but I still love you because you can wear a Kiss t-shirt like no other man.
Okay, nice one.
Is that true? Wouldn't you say that's
I hope
true?
so.
Okay,
I hope
well,
so.
and you're the ultimate straight man. You are, and I don't mean straight like sexuality. I mean in terms of comedy. I could throw something out, and you will never cease to amaze me at the straight man that you are.
What comes back to from the
I know.
douche?
You're not the douchey douche. Come on now. Irene Jobson
Yeah.
sends in a super chat and says, "Cheers, Dieter."
Cheers, Irene. And yes, Irene was in the live chat. This is a Hellboy figure. She asked about the.
She's probably
Hellboy
long
figure.
gone.
This
She's like.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my god. I mean, talk
This
about
was back in the DVD collection of the first one.
that is very cool. I mean, I would think, the term edgelord comes to mind for all of you young people that understand that. King Tannic says, Age of Extinction is the best Transformers movie. There, I got you to say it. Someone clip that, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. Ha ha ha. No. Hang on a second. So Stub McShave, I didn't even finish it. Happy 100th episode of the Dieter Show with guests Robert Meyer, Burnett, and Bill Hunt. I think a restoration of Deep Space Nine could be financially viable if they made some dope-ass special features, and those features would only be available in the physical media box set. I bet there's a lot of Trekkies that would pay good money for it. Hey, man, I wish they would. They didn't pay for it for the original. Deep Space Nine, to put on, to be honest, to remaster, $20 million. Swear to God, I'm not. That's not hyperbole. By the way, Squirt Russell says watching Dieter drink makes my floors squeaky.
Squeaky.
Hey man, you know what? Germans have like 24-hour sex clubs. You can go like descend in for the weekend. I don't even know what to tell you. When if you want Dieter to drink and that works for you,
Rob demanded it, and Colonel Sanders demanded that I show the small soldiers.
oh, hang on. If you're doing that, wait. If you're gonna do that, give me a minute. I'm gonna give it up
Yeah.
to you.
Yep. So, Colonel Sanders, these are the small soldier figures that you wanted to see. I don't remember where I got these. They weren't in a box set. I have no idea where I bought them back in the day. So before the show, actually Rob said we would skip on the recap of the live chat from last week because of the time and the guests, but now he's gone and we will do recap of the live chat from last week since we have time until he's gone. So let me just see where it is. Okay, here we go. So previously on Let's Get Physical Media, Joe Hemphill, who saw Quantumania, my wife and I, we enjoyed it. Oh, nice. Bill Barclay, I watched Quantumania. It's not bad. Okay. Bill Barclay, had Deed seen Picard Season 3, Episode 1? Yes, was a nice start. Actually, I would have some nitpicks with Episode 2, but we will let it slide for this episode. Thomas Logan, Dieter, ich bin gespannt, was Sie über das MCU-Intro von Kang der Eroberer denken. Like I said, Thomas, I wasn't theater. For me, the reviews were too mediocre. What I've seen, I will wait for Disney Plus, unfortunately. Because after Thor Love and Thunder, after Wakanda, whatever, we can't go into it every time and say, okay, it doesn't matter what they put on screen. We will go anyway. No, at some point we have to say, we need better MCU stuff again. Patrick Glenville says, German guy, when are we getting Babylon Berlin here in America? Well, Patrick, I know about the series. I haven't watched it myself, but I don't know about the distribution rights about Babylon Berlin. Okay, Irene Jobson. Moonfall was very underrated. And Tom Jr. Jackson. It is, and I have watched it a few times. Tom, why did you do that? Watching Moonfall many times, but I haven't seen it. Just what I think that it isn't good. So let Rob just come back. Rob, I know you said before the show we don't do the live chat, but I'm just in it, Rob. It's not that many, and the next point is a little bit for you.
Hey, man,
We-
who am I to say how we run the show? It's our show.
Yeah, we just thought about the guests and the length of the show. Winman 42. I love to live and die in LA. Great film, amazing car chase, crazy good ending, and awesome soundtrack. From Winman 42. Gordon Waddell. Love Ant-Man, but Quantumania was not good. Totally ruined MODOK. Okay. Gordon, don't forget, reach out to me somehow about The Car. He wants the movie The Car as a German media book.
Okay, The Car,
Scrub.
1977, James
Yeah.
Brolin. Come on, I'm with you. I'd love that.
Yeah.
I'd love it.
I don't know if it's not out in the States. He wants to get that media book. Bill Barkley. A Man Called Otto was great. And Blanco, yeah, I think A Man Called Otto was really good too. Nice. Okay. Andy Becklin's Stairwell Sessions. Andy, unfortunately, a little excuse for myself. I know you did send me a letter through email. I forgot to print it out, but I will read your letter next week. Promise, Andy. Because Rob wanted to know what the word Stairwell Sessions mean, and you explained that in the letter, but I will get to it next week. And he says, hey, Rob, go easy on Deeds with the Picard season episode 3. Hope you liked it, Dieter. Still not watched it yet, but will watch on my way to work in the morning. Nice. And Gordon Weddell says, Dieter, thank you. Totally agree about Wasp's awful haircut. And I think the critical drinker was not too thrilled with the haircut too. Okay. And then he said, loving my Asker shirt. And Midnight's Edge After Dark, Tom, was in that live chat because we had the topic, Rob, of Servi not delivering internationally anymore. And he says, according to what I heard, it's because they are tired of getting griped at overding and dented steelbooks, which could be a case, if they have to exchange stuff that often, they would probably say, okay, let's skip the international shipping. Danzig asks, I already covered it. Why do they have to have such large certificate numbers on the Strange Days case? Like I said, it's the law in Germany that the rating is that big. But luckily, Rob could reverse the cover. Bill Barkley said, is that Mark Rylance outfit movie? Because I've seen that where he's the tailor. Well, if you've seen the movie, you probably know he's not a tailor, he's a cutter. He refers himself to as a cutter, not a tailor. TJ Perry, Eternals was better than Thor 4 and Doctor Strange 2 combined. Okay. Rob likes to hear that.
I'd like to say I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Eternals. And by the way, the most streamed Marvel movie in 2022 on Disney Plus, there's a reason for that. It's a film that I think has a lot more in it than most people realize. I'm not saying it's perfect or it's the best movie in the world, but there's a lot to love there.
And then we'll get a sequel, as far as I know, Rob.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay.
We'll see.
Okay. Pip-Boy Gamer, I want to know why Rob is so awesome. It just is. Pip-Boy Gamer. It just
Well,
is.
here's the thing. Really, it's because I can make my tongue go 128 beats per minute at a 45 degree. Oh, wait, what? You want to know why I'm awesome? Because why? Not about that's what she said. Perhaps, you know what, dear? Back to you.
Okay. Planet 628. I just googled Night of the Creeps. I hated that movie when I was a kid. Thanks for opening up all scars. Why? Planet 628. Night of the Creeps is great. And Cineast still waiting for Cynthia Rothrock's No Retreat, No Surrender 2 on Blu-ray, along with 3 and 4. Exactly, Cineast. We still need No Retreat, No Surrender 2. It is here on Amazon Prime in HD, but it is a cut version. We need it. So 88 Films, Vinegar Syndrome, get on that. No Retreat, No Surrender 2. We will need. And our friend Kevin Wellburn said, Rob, you only read half the message. So the message was completely, Rob, I got Wiggerman for you, got from JP Hi-Fi, being deleted from catalog, sent an email, okay? We'll send it this week. Cynthia Rosrock has Kickstarter campaign, we know, for Black Creek, a movie she has written and produced, and she is around the third benchmark with her Kickstarter campaign. Pip-Boy Gamer, Ragnarok was actually entertaining. Love and Thunder, not so much. George Gutierrez, is there a program or app one needs to download if they ever want to appear on the show, like you do some nights with fans, Rob? As far as I do, you don't need an app. Rob sometimes sends a link into the live chat for people to come on. And a member chat, Roberto Suarez, invites the people through Zoom call. Am I correct, Rob?
Yeah. Yeah,
Zoom
that's...
call. So you would get an invite. You don't need an app to appear on the
show.
So
here's the thing about member calls. Yeah. And I've not been good about this. I mean, we did it. The first time I ever posted letters or something was through the community tabs. So what we do is we send a link every week. So next week, Roberto Suarez will give me a link, and I will put it up on the tab, the community tab, for members only. And if you're a member of the channel, you can then get a login and beginning early on. So it starts 11 o'clock on Saturday. And by the way, I have to give an apology to Roberto and I want to say Roberto Suarez and Alex Montaño, who do Que Pasa PGS. I couldn't go on the show yesterday because Az and I did our first Hot Toy stream for like a year and a half. And I was on that stream, and I tried. There was not an opportune moment for me to get off, but I'm so proud to have a Spanish language genre show, and Alex and Roberto do such a great job. I mean, it's really, really good, and you can watch what they say because you can translate it via YouTube. And you know, we're getting more shows. I mean, I will announce. You know what? You want an exclusive, Dieter, about the Burnettwork, which is going to be rebranded. The folks from Designing Hollywood have brought to you a new show that I am not the host of. Okay. It's a new show called Architects of the Imagination that is all about the design and implementation of video games. And we are going to begin dropping these shows April 2nd. And the first episode is about The Last of Us, the video game. So it's being hosted by somebody you guys don't know, you haven't seen, but it's what I want to do is the Burnettwork is going to become, it's going to be rebrand. I'll flat out tell you guys. Here's the new name for the Burnettwork. The new network is going to be called Imagination Connoisseurs Unlimited. That's the name of the new channel, because it's no longer about me. It's about you. You Imagination Connoisseurs, you members of this, the Post-Geek Singularity community. Our show will stay the same. We're going to have better graphics. But all the shows you love on the channel are no longer Burnettwork channels, because it's not fair to make my name. I mean, look, as much as I like my name, because I'm awesome, the fact is, what I've always wanted to build is a community of imagination connoisseurs. I made that term up. That's my term. But it refers to all of us. So the new channel is called Imagination Connoisseurs Unlimited. It will be announced, or we'll announce it officially later, because you're here on the 100th show. You'll find out about it. It officially launches on the 2nd of April. So Imagination Connoisseurs Unlimited is the name of the channel, and it's about all of us. And people like people like Roberto and Alex, people like King Tannic, and we have other people coming on to do shows on the channel. It's all about you. And what we're doing is we're looking to diversify our channels in terms of content and people, so ideas and things you want to have. And the fact that we have international cooperation on this channel, Dieter, Bastian, and I, my God, we lead the charge. So for those of you who are interested, the channel is no longer going to be the Burnettwork. It is going to be Imagination Connoisseurs Unlimited, the home of the Post-Geek Singularity. Together we are one, and we are all goof people. So there's an exclusive for you. Anyway, where are we now?
Just quick skimming through the live chat from last week. The Alex Sorber. Someone is selling it. Dieter is buying it. Okay.
That's not true. You don't buy everything.
No. Altmetall. I hope I got the context right. Is it a UK or German release? Considering I showed Don't Go in the House with the German cover. Actually, Altmetall, it's not a UK or German release. This is the US release from Severin. So none of these two. Okay, this was the t-shirt. I will get back to that later. Irene Jobson. Have you all seen High Tension? It's a French horror flick that came out around 2003. Come on, Irene.
Come on, Irene. Come on, Irene.
It started a French horror revolution.
It did.
Okay? Deepesh Komod said, "Love the show, guys. Just got my Laserdisc player out of storage and ready to give the animated film Heavy Metal a play tonight." Nice, Deepesh. Bill Barclay, I still believe that Banshees of Inisherin is some sort of unofficial sequel to In Bruges. Yeah, I know it officially isn't, but in some strange multiverse, it might be. Perhaps you're not wrong with it. My friend Tim Hens watched All Quiet on the Western Front on the big screen on Monday, and it's fully deserving of all its awards. Nice to hear that from you, Tim. Danzig, 1979. I watched Wings of Desire Friday night for the first time. Beautiful film. Nice. Irene Jobson. Tremors is one of my childhood favorites. Not of my childhood, but it's one of my favorites in general, too. Red Comet. The Rock is Michael Bay's best film. Yeah. I can see me going with you there. Tom Jr. Jackson. I own the Monsters on Blu-ray, and the commentary on it is worth it. Well, Tom, if you go for commentaries, you should have all the Uwe Boll movies.
Oh my God! No! You should not have. Look, I understand about German nationalism. I'm all fine with that, but not when it comes to Uwe Boll. No, I draw the line.
Okay.
Come on, man, dude, and so do you. You draw the line too.
Yeah, but
don't even
Monsters
start
on Blu-ray. Come on. But the commentary is worth it, and that's what I say. Considering Uwe Boll movies, the commentary is worth it.
By the way, we're almost at 4 hours, just so you know.
Yeah. Bill Barclay. Am I the only one that watched Picnic at Hanging Rock, the remake? Robert, have you watched the remake on Amazon? I have not watched the remake with Natalie Dormer.
No, I have
no. Okay.
No, to be honest, I you know what, I vaguely was aware of it.
That bad. They were actually.
Well, I'm sure it might be good, but you know what, I already pre-ordered the second site.
Yeah. Okay.
Picnic along with their Texas Chainsaw. They wouldn't let me pre-order Martin because I had to order it through Amazon UK to get it.
Okay.
You know, but no, I mean, I haven't seen it. I'm sure it's great.
Okay.
I mean, first of all, anything Natalie Dormer's in, I'll watch.
Yeah.
Sure.
But I haven't watched it. Haven't watched it either.
Yeah.
Rob, you had on the selling charts. We were a little bit not surprised, but
by the way, I have not gone there yet. You know, we do still have the selling charts to do this week.
The warm bodies were pretty up there. And Irene Jobson. Well, I definitely prefer my body's warm. Okay.
At least she's not into necrophilia.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Justin Toner, demonetized. Love the Asuka shirt, Dieter. She's going to WrestleMania. Yes, I know, Justin. I know that. Walrus, is there a correlation between classic professional wrestling fans and new professional wrestling fans in the same way there's a comparison between classic track fans and new track fans?
Wow, that's a
Walrus,
really interesting story. Oh, I love that.
I'm just following wrestling just very, very, very loosely. But actually, I think there is something because all the wrestling fans are not happy with the storytelling in the wrestling at the moment. It's gotten a little bit better now again. Perhaps just like with Picard, it's gotten a little better. But considering there is actually the correlation that you point out here is not that far-fetched, I would say, considering the storytelling in both very different genres. Considering the picture I showed with Billy Idol, Irene Jobson, nice. I love listening to his songs when driving. Totally agree, Irene Jobson.
Wait.
Yeah.
I'd like to opine on the idea of wrestling and Star Trek.
Yeah.
Without offending anyone, I would like to say that modern media has been significantly dumbed down. And I think that includes wrestling. And I think the problem that I have with modern Star Trek is it's no longer allegorical storytelling. It's trying to make a point. They've decided to make it a soapbox about today. And I think wrestling has undergone the same thing. Believe it or not, wrestling was allegorical. It harked back to the great stories of the Greek gods, the Roman gods, Gilgamesh, whatever. And when they had the characters and kayfabe and all that, it was classical. It harked back to our classical yarns. And then someone decided, well, that's alienating, so we can't do that anymore. Like with Star Trek, we have to make it of today. And here's the thing. Wrestling, Star Trek, the MCU, the DCU, these are timeless characters that transcend the times in which they're existing in. And it's all about what humanity aspires to one day be. And the problem that I have with modern fantasy literature, fantasy, science fiction, horror, is everyone is trying to make it palatable for the people today. That everybody, you can't feel offended. And I would say this, all of the people that are enjoying all this today can fuck off. And I say that because they expect to be coddled. No other generation has ever expected to be coddled. The world, by the way, the world we live in will kill you. It will destroy you emotionally, physically, mentally. That's what existence does. The sun will one day go supernova, and everything you ever believed with yourself will be destroyed as a solar flare rolls in. Look at the movie Knowing. The idea that everyone expects to have some kind of, I don't know, epiphany or some kind of gratification. The very idea that we exist is a reward in itself. It's what you make of the time that you have while you're here that matters. Don't ever allow someone else to define who you are. Don't buy into someone else's ideology. Don't listen to anybody tell you who and what you should be. You know what? I became a film fan for whatever reason. My parents were open. They allowed me to watch Twilight Zone and Star Trek. But they didn't ask me to go buy Beethoven records because I'd seen Star Wars and liked classical music. You all need to be the people you are. Don't let anyone ever define who you are going to be, and don't let them take away your freedom of expression, ever. ever. Wait, what? Where, Dieter? What's our show now?
You should clip that out. And who else could tell us better about it than our wrestler himself from the Schmodown, which of course never got his turn to be a babyface, and he played his role as a heel. So good.
Well, what's funny is people actually believed that was.
Yeah, that actually some people believe what a pompous ass that guy is. He played.
I'm the fucking Brando of the Schmodown.
Yeah,
People actually believed I was that guy. It's very funny. They wanted to cancel me.
They probably didn't know how wrestling is played.
No.
Nice one. Okay.
In a world.
And considering that Red Comet, Dieter watches WWE, never knew that. Like I said, I follow it very, very, very loosely, not as back in the day. PM Ferreira just thought I'd mention Rob's arch nemesis, Alec Peters, had a live stream earlier on. He was trying to defend Solo as being a good Star Wars movie. And here, PM Ferreira, here is strange. Rob would be in the same boat too, considering that opinion.
Look, I'll just flat out say, Alec Peters knows nothing. He knows very, very little. And by the way, I've asked him to come on the stream. He's accused me of many different things. Stealing money, as if I had access to his bank accounts. Stealing video. He has the video, the drives I made him. I welcome Alec Peters. He can come on this channel anytime he wants and accuse me publicly in front of an audience, a live audience. He's never done it. You know why? Because Alec Peters is a sniveling coward who will never, ever stand up to scrutiny because he is a liar. And I say this, Alec, if you're watching this or anyone sees this, Alec Peters, I welcome you. Call me up. I've offered you this opportunity. Come on my channel any day of the week and twice on Sunday, except when we're doing this show. And if you want to accuse me of stealing money, stealing donor funds, not doing the work, please come on this channel right now, and I will bring you on, and you can accuse me of anything in a court of public opinion. Because you, my friend, are a fucking loser. And I am tired of fending off your legal challenges where you threaten my life, my family, and my livelihood. You, my friend, haven't been able to make 2 15-minute shorts in 8 years. I, of course, have done 24 episodes of a Netflix show, 3 feature films, however many thousands of hours of a YouTube show. You've done shit. Anyway, I put that aside. But I do say, Alec Peters, come on my show. Come on Robservations anytime you want. Accuse me of anything. Show me your evidence. I will give you a forum to say whatever you want about me. All I know about you is you haven't been able to make 2 15-minute shorts in 8 years, which makes you perhaps the most, well, for somebody who had the money to make those shorts, the most ineffective producer in all of Hollywood history. Alec Peters is the worst producer in the history of cinema. And by the way, Alec,
there we go.
If you dispute that, come on the show, call me up. I will let you speak your piece. I won't interrupt you at all. Come on here and tell me, how did I steal money from your donors? By the way, I have your bank accounts. I have all of them. I have everything. So if you want to do that and you want me to make them public, if you're going to accuse me of theft, I have your bank accounts. All of them. How did I get them? Who knows? But I have them. And if you want to accuse me of stealing money, come on my show and accuse me right here, right now, and I will show you your own bank accounts, how you have never paid me other than transferring money into my business account. And if you think I'm lying, Alec, come on my show, accuse me live, and bring your fucking evidence. You ineffectual, ridiculously stupid, ruining a great fan film project idiot. Wait, what? Wait, what did I just say?
Clip that out too.
Yeah, somebody will, and send it to them. If you support Alec Peters monetarily, you are an idiot. He has not produced anything. You know who the last person was that made anything from the Axanar feature film project? It was me. It's called The Vulcan Scene, and it was done in 2015, 8 years ago. I am so tired of being accused of criminality by the laziest man I've ever met.
There we go.
Anyway, where are we at?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you where we're at. We are deeply into hour 4 of this show.
Yeah. So quickly, Bill Barclay, is that Sidekicks kind of like a poor man's last action hero? Because if it is, I believe I saw it eons ago. Well, Bill, Sidekicks is actually, you could compare to Last Action Hero, but I would probably think Sidekicks was a little bit more even profitable than Last Action Hero actually was. Altmetall, Red Letter Media is always entertaining. Exactly. The God King Dictator, Robert Picard is officially a flop at Paramount Plus. Of course, because everyone watches this on Amazon. The God King Dictator. Because, Rob, I told you the first episode when I tried to watch it on Paramount Plus, it was not in 5.1. Then I switched to Amazon because there was 5.1. The second and then with the second episode, I did get back to Paramount Plus, and the first one then was in 5.1, but the second one not. And then I had to get back again to Amazon to at least get the 5.1.
Look, and they made a mistake on Amazon. They made a mistake uploading
but,
the wrong.
Informed me that they have changed it. It's correct.
Yeah, it's back now. But you know, people. Here's the thing. I just want to see great narrative, great stories. Give me something good. I can tell you all that nitpick it all you want, but I guarantee you, Star Trek Picard is going to win you over. Whether it's episode 3, episode 4, or one of my favorites, episode 5, it will win you over. And the fact is, it's not Next Generation, it's 30 years later. You have to ask yourself, what is this show about? What is it you want? What is it should be? And whether someone's cocking a phaser rifle or not, you have to understand that perhaps 30 years later on the frontier, maybe the way they've modified their phaser weapons, you have to cock them. Whether it's to change their settings or not, I don't know. On the fly. Remember, in old school Star Trek, you had to turn the back of a phaser to change its setting. Perhaps, going maybe might be quicker. I don't know. Ask yourself.
Okay. So we will keep our hopes up.
By the way, Dieter, we just got a $50 super chat from Ron C, who says, "Gentlemen, hello. Right now, I'm having a crispy schnitzel with a brown criminy mushroom ragout, braised red cabbage, and Marzen beer. Anyone in Berkeley, California? Oh, I can't even pronounce this. Grammenkitzel restaurant. Rob, Brian De Palma needs a 4K box set. Thoughts? Well, first of all, if I can opine, Ron C, I have to say, look, Brian De Palma, talk about Sisters, Phantom of the Paradise, Dress to Kill, Obsession. Those are 70s movies. And then when you move into the 80s, we got Blowout. We have Dress to Kill. We have Body Double. We have Casualties of War, Mission Impossible. You might be right, but the problem is Brian De Palma's films are spread out over a lot of different
studios.
Yeah. So who knows? I'm with you. I just don't know if we would get that box set, but I'm a huge De Palma fan. Carrie, Shout Factory released that 4K, it's the 4K Steelbook.
The Steelbook, yeah.
I think Carrie, the first and still to this day one of the greatest Stephen King adaptations.
Nice.
By the way, Ron,
Yeah.
$50 for our. Thank you so much. That's very nice of you, sir.
Yeah, totally. Cineast Troma's releases have been garbage, often issuing cut versions from old masters with bad encodes. Then let's hope the Troma set will be better. And the last one, which is actually pretty fitting, ending the live chat from my friend Tim Hans. DISCS and RMB are going to be the savior for physical media. This was the last one, Rob, from last week.
Well, Dieter, okay, let me ask you something, my friend. All kidding aside, you and I we believe in buying movies, buying films. And I would ask you this, whether it's video games or albums, they re-release a Kiss album or something we bought.
Yep.
One of the things that I've always felt about why I buy great special editions and why I wanted that French version of To Live and Die in L.A. is that French version honored the film more than any other country. Yeah. In America, it was dismissed. In France, someone releases a hardcover book with all of these different French theorists, film theorists, and talk about Cahiers du Cinema, where Godard came from, where Truffaut came from. The French, of all the countries in the world, no one respects cinema as an art form more than the French do.
Yeah.
They don't. And I think that you and I, our buying, like, I'm never going to buy a Picasso. I love paintings. I'm never going to buy millions of dollars on a painting. But my way of preserving art is to, buy my $200 missing. I spent $200. I'll admit, $200 US on this. By the way, don't tell Elizabeth. She's like, that's our phone bill. But
I think, Rob, the retail price was not way below.
No, it wasn't.
Extremely below.
No, it wasn't. And it was a great, and the guy who sent it to me, and I forget, I wouldn't, he sent it very well packed, and keeping all the stuff, and it was amazing. So I think you and I are like art collectors, but because we live in a world where it's physical media, we buy the best of the best.
Yeah.
Don't we?
We hope to do so, considering. But sometimes even a cover artwork is enough for us to buy it.
Yeah.
Even if it's not a new transfer.
But let me ask you this. So why is that the case? Why is cover artwork enough for you to buy a disc?
Okay, at first, if it is a rebuy, of course I have to like the movie or love the movie.
Oh yeah, of course.
Simple, because let's put it to the test. Because I said I wouldn't buy Wakanda Forever, even if I very much liked the design of the steelbook that they did for the movie. But sometimes the cover artwork just screams, I have to have it.
I know, right?
That brings me just to this one, Rob. Just the cover artwork for Two Witches.
Oh, hang on. Let me do that full frame. Let me. Yeah, look at. Oh, come on. That's from Arrow. Look at that. Come on now.
And especially the other one below that. And actually, the cover is not misleading. Everything that you see on here, because we know some cover artworks can be misleading, is in the movie. So this was just from the cover artwork. I thought this looks great. Like you showed the Italian Gothic set. That looks great. From, was it Severin? I remember.
Yeah, it's Severin. Yeah,
Severin. Yeah.
Or for those of you who don't know,
I showed that don't go into the house, and I was really surprised that they put the German one, as a.
Oh, it's great artwork. By the way, like you're saying, here it is, the Severin box set, Dance Macabre Volume 1, the Italian Gothic collection. I mean, that alone as a piece d'art, call it what you want. I mean, that's very cool. Yeah.
Looks cool. Or just here, even if I would have bought the movie general, but I loved that in the 4K from Dazzler in the UK, use this cover artwork for the outfit.
Yeah, of course.
Which I quite enjoyed.
Right?
It's important.
It is important. So listen, I think this show is now into 4.5 hours.
But I think are there some super chats? Not
yeah,
super
there are.
chats
There are some super chats,
okay.
and we'll get to them. And I appreciate you saying that. Kelvin Wellborn, who now I owe like $400 to, says super 100th show. It's the Dieter show. By the way, nice work, Rob. Look, you know what? I'm not going to lie. You're not wrong. I mean, people, like I say, do I not say people tune in to see their favorite German? They don't tune in to see me. They turn in to see you. Subwire says, where's your Cap Sam hot toy? Okay, Cap Sam, or where's my Cap Sam? Pardon me, Subwire. It's coming. It's coming along with Shang-Chi. Don't you think I don't have it coming? You wait and see. Don't worry. I got it coming. By the way, that figure is fucking dope. That's the Sam Wilson Captain American hot toy. It's amazing. So good. King Tannic says, well, in all seriousness, do you think the front runner for the best picture has changed in light of the more recent awards? I don't know, man. You know what I think? Here's my prediction, by the way.
Yeah.
I think Top Gun Maverick's going to win Best Picture. And everyone's like, ah! I know.
Yeah.
Does it deserve to? Perhaps not. It does not even fit my criteria for Best Picture. But I think that people are going to look at that movie in terms of look, if Banshees of Inisherin wins, which is probably what's going to win, or Everything Everywhere All at Once will win, no one's going to remember that. If Top Gun Maverick won, it is a statement about coming out of the pandemic, about what movies are supposed to do, which is, I understand Everything Everywhere All at Once made over $100 million for A24. Great. But the fact is, everybody, 4-quadrant, young, teenagers, adults, seniors, whatever you want, everybody loved Top Gun Maverick. And I am a big, snooty stick in the mud. But you know what? What movie made people feel better than Top Gun Maverick this year?
It will be tension-filled to see the opening of the card. But we agree, Rob, all quiet on the Western Front, best international.
Oh, no question. It's already, and by the way, it's a fantastic film.
Yeah.
Fantastic film. Moldy Han, not Goldie Han, but Moldy Han says, congratulations, Rob and Dieter, on 100
Thank you.
episodes. Moldy Han goes on to say, tell me more about that Mercer Island tongue. Well, let me just say, to be honest, you want me to be honest? The first time my tongue touched feminine flesh in a sexual way I was 13. I know, right? I'd read about it in British horror books like James Herbert's The Fog. Who wouldn't want to go down on a woman after reading that book? That's all I'm saying. Why is everyone wanting to whitewash books? I don't know. Kids today, they need horror fiction. Explicit, sexually explicit, violently explicit. Kids today will become better human beings if they have access to explicit sex and horror.
Yeah.
If you don't, you become crazy. Just saying. So there you go, Moldy.
Speaking of horror, I watched Megan the unrated cut. It's not a big difference, but as expected, the 3 scenes that you were expecting, the ear getting ripped off, the elevator scene is longer, and the neighbor kill is a little bit more brutal. So it is the better version, but the movie is not completely different.
That's pretty dope. That's cool.
Yeah.
All right,
it's
good.
It's cool.
Pod racing.
The only thing that I wanted to say, Rob, I can see why they made actually the change to getting it.
Me too, and it worked for them. It worked.
Yeah, it worked.
And the fact
totally
they released it unrated on, that's the
that's
key.
all we ask for, that we get later that version.
Pod Racing Palpatine says, when is Jupiter Descending coming out on 4K? Hopefully never. Wait a minute. I have Jupiter Ascending on 4K. I love it.
Are you sure, Rob?
Wachowski's. Don't I have it on 4K?
Jupiter Ascending is available on 4K?
I want to say it is. I might be wrong.
Okay,
I thought it was.
I don't remember it, Rob, but I could be wrong. Actually, it would be one of those titles in the volume box sets, because the constellation of the box set is very all over the place. So it could be actually in one of those box sets.
Yeah, dude. Jupiter Ascending. I'm not wrong. It's available on 4K, and I have it.
Nice.
You know why I have it? Because it fucking rules. I'll tell you something. A friend of mine named Mary Forrest, she got us on the Warner lot to see Jupiter Ascending with the Wachowskis at an early screening. And no one else I went with liked it, but I loved it. Mary, you know that's true. Just saying.
Nice.
Anyway, Thomas Logan says, when does the crowdfunding for a campaign for Let's Get Physical Media Tour 23 begin? Are you already looking into suitable venues for shows? Well, actually, that's an interesting. So, okay, here's the thing. I've joked about this, but a lot of people crowdfund. Like, here's the thing. If I was going to crowdfund a trip where I went somewhere, the real question is, do people think I'm just crowdfunding a trip to have fun? No. The whole point about crowdfunding a trip, like if I were to crowdfund, meaning go out into the world and say, I want to raise $25,000 to go to Europe and do it. So people would have to understand that, Rob Burnett just wants us to pay for his trip to Europe. Well, that would suck. It would damage the brand. It wouldn't be great. The entire point of crowdfunding a trip was, I can't afford to go to Europe and do events for the Post-Geek Singularity. However, it'd be like pre-selling tickets. So if we did that, what I would want to do is I'd also have to pay for you. And the whole thing is why we would travel together. We wouldn't stay in the same room. I'm not going to make you get a hotel room if we had to stay in hotel rooms. So the idea would be, if Tango Shalom was playing in German theaters, and I'm still iffy about this.
Okay.
So it's supposed to play between June 11th or June 14th and June 18th.
But that is just a festival.
Yeah, but it's also supposed to open. But if I could come do German press or whatever, and if I could get you, and let's say you were able to get off for call it 10 days. So you'd get off on a Friday, you'd take a week off, we'd have 2 weekends on either side of that, right? So we'd have 10 days. And if we had 10 days and we could drive from Germany to France to this, to that, and to go to the UK, because we'd want to go to places where people that have been Post-Geek Singularity members already exist. Like Victor from France. Where is he?
Vincent.
Pardon me, Vincent. Vincent
yeah.
from France. Pardon me, Vincent.
Yeah.
So Vincent from France, if we could go see him, if he'd want to be, many people don't want to be on camera.
Yeah.
And if you and I, because Saarbrücken's right next to France, so maybe we would do that. Like, I mean, I probably have to go to Berlin. You might not have to come to that. in person. But if I went into Berlin and took a train or something and came to Saarbrücken, we rent a car, or better yet, you work on cars. We get a sponsorship and go to France, then we go to England, then we go around. I mean, I don't know. It really comes down to the logistics. So right now, if I'm going to crowdfund money to take a trip, it has to be legit. It has to mean that it's not just me going to the public going, pay for my trip to Europe because I want to go. There has to be a return. And the return would be me showing up and putting on events that are worthy of you guys. Otherwise, I don't want to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you and I could go and we could actually record if we could go to a shop, like there's a shop in France where they always do, there's a beautiful video store and they always have celebrities in that. Have you ever seen that?
No, I don't know.
Like they have like people like Quentin Tarantino go there and they record shows from there. They're on YouTube. You can see them. If we could go to that store in France and record a Let's Get Physical Media live, that would be worth going to Europe for. And that's something I could say, because we'd have to pay that store. We'd have to say, okay, we'll give you $1,000 if we can record from there, and get the people that work there, and because it's a great store, and we can't just go there and not pay for it. And if we had a meet and greet or something in a bar, like let's say I've never been to Ireland, and if we went there, I'd love to go to Ireland, and we'd be like, we're going to go to this bar in Dublin. You'd have to pay the bar if we showed up. Well, I can't afford that. I don't have money to do that. That's why you would crowdfund these things, to buy the venue and then invite everybody to come. Invite imagination connoisseurs to come. That would be the only way to do it. So to answer your question,
our friend Des Doyle, who did send us both the movie from Ireland.
Well, that would be interesting to have Des. Like you'd have to like, if we went to Ireland, we'd call him and say, hey man, come down and promote your showrunner's documentary and do a presentation, and we would broadcast it live. And so if we were going to crowdfund something like that, it would have to be something that the community would see the results. So they understood, like, we're traveling around, like you and I, we don't have the money to like go to Ireland and put on a show. But if it was crowdfunded, it's like everyone's paying in advance to buy a ticket to a show. And what if they could crowdfund in advance and buy a ticket to 10 days worth of shows?
Okay.
That's the key. I mean, but I wouldn't do it unless it was all sorted. So,
yeah.
So anyway, that's why. So Thomas Logan, our winner, that was his final super chat, and I'm looking. Let me look at the tips, and I think we're good.
Okay.
So I think we've got everyone in terms of that, and let me just make sure about tips. Let's see. So I'm just checking. Hang on.
Yeah.
Because I want to make sure everyone is serviced on this 100th show.
Sure.
So, yep, we're good. We are done with tips and super chats. We are caught up. So, Dieter.
Okay. Yeah.
I think there's only one last thing to do.
Okay.
That's the sales figures.
Okay. That's close to that, Rob.
The top 10 Blu-ray bestsellers for the week ending February 18th. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, The Fablemans, Top Gun, Maverick, Strange World, Black Adam, Legion of Superheroes, Romeo and Juliet, Criterion, Everything Everywhere All at Once, Violent Night, and Elvis.
Showed us.
Yes.
Romeo and Juliet.
Yep. Yeah, and that's a Criterion disc. So it's apparently people are buying that. That's cool.
Yeah.
You can't.
Violent Night, nice.
Yeah, it's all there. So and the top media sellers, on the percentage Black Panther Wakanda Forever, 57% were Blu-ray. The Fablemans, Top Gun Maverick, Strange World, Black Adam, not anything new. And of course, Dieter, our 5 favorite UHD Blu-ray bestsellers. These are 4Ks. By the way, this appears to be an error, is our 3D thing that'll come next. So the top 5 4K bestsellers: Everything Everywhere All at Once, The Batman, The Fablemans, House of the Dragon, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. Nothing is a surprise there. And finally, remember, you know what? I don't have the 3D. Oh, I fucked up. Oh my God. Yeah, it's beyond. Anyway, you guys, I know you're going to be pissed you don't get the 3D bestsellers. But you know what?
That's why they come here for, Rob.
This show has now been going on for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Omar, it's our longest show ever.
Cool. Yeah.
Dieter, it's time to say goodbye.
Because it's way past midnight. So from my end, jede Person, die du triffst, hat eine Geschichte zu erzählen, die du noch zu hören hast. Alles, was du tun musst, ist zuhören.
Every single one of you, every single person has a story to tell that the rest of us have not heard. All you have to do is listen. And for me personally, thank you so much for watching 100 episodes. Thank you so much. I want to thank from the bottom of my heart my compatriot, my friend, my partner in crime, Mr. Dieter Bastian, our favorite trash panda, classier than you even know. Dieter, thank you so much for embarking with me on this journey, for answering the call to a crazy American. I look forward to these shows every day. Thank you for being you. And cheers to all of our audience members who have come to love you as our favorite German from Saarbrücken, Deutschland.
Perfect pronunciation, Rob. Perfect.
There you go. And here's to your mother. And here's to Patrick and Patrick's
especially
living room.
He got a birthday this week, so Patrick, a little late birthday wishes here from myself to you.
And here's to Gunter. How do you pronounce Gunter in German? Gunter. Hopefully, I mean, it was amazing to hear, and this is what happens when you do a YouTube show. You never know. Here he is again. Here he was as a cowboy, the Marlboro Man in the Americas. And here's his green card when he came over from Germany in 1966, a resident of Hamburg. Gunter, thank you, sir. Here's to you. Well,
Rob, thank you for inviting me to do this show. Never thought it would go on that long. And like I told you, when I shuffle my mortal coil and your channel is still up, this content will still be available.
I know, right?
In the sphere. So thank you for inviting me on this journey.
Well, Dieter, you know what? I have to quote Maximus Decimus Meridius. Father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife. He will have his vengeance in this life or the next. He had wise words for all of us. He said this: what we do now echoes in eternity. And perhaps that's what social media is all about. We will live on forever, my friend. Here is to you and to 100 episodes of Let's Get Physical Media. Cheers to all of you, and thank you to Jason Spriggs and to Zevius for all the work they've done for us. All right, we're done. That's it. Hang on.